gentlemen, it has already gone 8 o'clock. Please, if you could take your seats. Again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us here today in Cape Town for our meeting on the annual report of the Department of Agriculture for the province of the Western Cape. I'm privileged to be chairing the standing committee and also chairing this meeting, therefore. Today is Thursday, the 19th of October, 2023, and my name is Andrikus van der Westhuizen. I will give the members an opportunity to also introduce themselves. Honourable members, thank you for joining us.
Goeiemôre, voorsitter. My naam is Derek America. Ek is 'n lid van die komitee.
Morning, Chair. Kayla Murray, member of the committee.
Morning, Chair, and everyone present. Pat Maran, member of this committee.
Thank you very much. And we've received an apology from the Honourable Peter Marais, who normally is also part of this committee. And then I've also received an apology from Professor Johan Kirsten, who is apparently going to join us somewhat later. But we will be dealing with Casidra after we've first dealt with the department itself. Mr. HOD, can I ask you to also introduce yourself, and then I leave it to you to arrange how you want your team to also introduce themselves.
Chairperson, thank you. Thank you very much. Mukhale Sebupetsa, Head of Agriculture. I'm going to ask my colleagues to introduce themselves. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Darryl Jacobs, Deputy Director General, Agricultural Development and Support Services.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Dr. Ilse Troutman, Deputy Director General for Agricultural Research and Regulatory Services. Thank you.
Chairperson, members, good morning. Paul Rockman, Chief Director, Operational Support Services.
Good morning, Chair and members. Asia Peterson, Director, Sustainable Resource Use and Management.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Dr. Nunuvuyo Magadla. I'm a Director for Animal Health.
Morning, Chair. I'm Jean Caesar, CD, Veterinary Services.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the members of the committee. My name is Vusumzi Zwelendaba, Director for Food Security. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Clint Starling, the Director for Supply Chain and Asset Management.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Marieke Cornelissen, Acting Director at the Elsenburg College.
Good morning, Chair and members. Lonice Seconds, Human Capital Manager, Casidra.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. David Neff, Chief Program Officer, Casidra.
Morning, Chair, members. I'm Fred van Zyl, CFO, Casidra.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Keith du Plessis, CEO, Casidra.
Good morning, Chair. Douglas Zutepa. I'm the Director, Agriculture Producer Support Services.
Good morning, Chair and members. Jerry Aris, Chief Director, Agricultural Producer Support and Development. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chair and members. Dirk Troski, Director, Business Planning and Strategy.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'm Floris Huysama, CFO.
Good morning, Chair and members. Jackie Pandaram. I'm the Chief Director responsible for Rural Development.
Good morning, Chair and members. Bongiso Matoti, responsible for Agricultural Economic Services.
Good morning, members. Daniel Johnson, Ministry of Agriculture.
Good, thank you very much. And then also a warm welcome to Minister Ivan Meyer. Minister, if you're ready and you would like to say a few introductory remarks regarding the annual report, please feel free to do so.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members of the committee. I think I'll keep it short. That's all.
Thank you very much. And then thank you also. I think we've also been joined by representatives from the Auditor General's office. Would you like to also introduce yourself, please?
I'm Marieke Kotze, Manager at the Auditor General.
Morning, Chair members. Warren Wilson, Department of the Premier, People Management.
Thank you, and a warm welcome also to members of the public who may have joined us. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed on YouTube as well. There are also translation services available on alternate channels, and please make use of that should you wish. As I've indicated, we will first deal with the department's annual report and thereafter with the entity, Casidra's annual report. We hope to be having a break at 10 o'clock or not so long thereafter, depending on the rounds of questions. So for those of you that do need some fresh air from time to time, there will be an opportunity just after 10 o'clock. With that, Minister, can I hand over to the HOD for introductory remarks regarding the annual report and the year under review? Please proceed. Thank you, Doctor.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm also tempted to keep it short, but suffice to say, Chair, that we met 96% of our targets for the year under review. Great achievement for us. It was indeed a mixed bag agriculturally, great harvest, but also the load shedding impact begin to squeeze the profitability of the farming enterprises. Of course, many of you would know we dealt with drought in some parts of the province to the extent that we spent 48.1 million rands in the year under review. But something very important for me, and that is the last thing I want to say, is the issue around the Western Cape Africa agriculture strategy. Something I'm very proud of, and I think the first for the country that we have a targeted strategy in terms of export. This was launched last year during the Africa Month celebration. So with that said, Chair, I want to pause and also say to you, we are always happy to come this way because this for us is important as part of accountability, and we are here therefore to answer all the questions that you may have together with members of your committee. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Honourable members, you have an opportunity now that you've perused the annual report beforehand. If you have any questions regarding clarity, or if you would like to drill somewhat deeper, over to you. And I already recognise Honourable Kayla Murray.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my interest was definitely piqued when HOD mentioned the agriculture strategy launched in Africa Month. If it's possible to get a bit more information, sounds like an awesome initiative. Then, Chair, just going to Part A, to confirm, are we only looking at Part A for the time being? Okay. A, B, and D. Okay, thank you. So with reference to page 34, the Provincial Strategic Plan highlights export support and promotion as a key focus area in VIP2. What was the promotion of agri-processed export goods for 2022-23 from the Western Cape, given that agri-processing is one of the Western Cape's strategic priority subsectors, particularly for job creation? Okay, my second question, or third question actually, is the department spent, and this is with reference to page 13, approximately 499,000 Rand in consulting fees for the development of the Western Cape African Agricultural Strategy. So this ties in with my first question. On page 196, the strategy was launched in May. And the focus, of course, is said to be co-creation within economic development, job creation, and food security. If the department can specifically elaborate on the outcomes and activities of the plan, the outcomes and activities of the focus areas noted, such as economic development, job creation, food security, and also, are there any programs and sub-programs linked to the strategy? I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I didn't indicate that I would prefer members to stick to 3 questions, but you anticipated that. Thank you very much. There will be an opportunity for numerous rounds and follow-up questions. Are there any further questions at this stage? Honourable Maran.
Forward of the MEC. Annual report highlights, it's on page 13. Annual report highlighted that the Western Cape Province accounted for 51% of SA's total agricultural exports, worth almost 60 billion. In 2022, the year under review. Now, Agri-Western Cape is taking national government to court on the minimum wage for farm workers, saying they can't afford it. I just wanted to check with the minister whether he supports the minimum wage implemented from the 1st of March. First, second one, whether he supports Agri-Western Cape's action to oppose the minimum wage by taking it to court. Second one, Chair, page 13. Recently, we think in May this year, we went to California. The three of us were there. And although they refused to discuss the issue of AGOA with us, some of us still try to engage the Americans on this particular issue, knowing very well it's an act between governments, national governments. And I really concerned by the MEC when it comes to AGOA. Now, at the beginning of the Russian war with who? What is the country's name? Anyway, the Western Cape government expressed their own concern by even so far by saying that not import export from that particular area, the war between Russia and Ukraine. I just wanted to check with the MEC, the Western Cape farmers, based on the stance that the Western Cape government took, whether we still import or export to the Russian market. Thanks. That's my first one.
Thank you, Honorable America.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I firstly want to have a little more clarity in terms of we have witnessed during the course of this year dramatic climatic changes within the Western Cape. We had extreme floods, etc. And we're entering the upcoming fire season that is very prevalent in the Western Cape. And I would like to know to what extent are we assisting farmers, perhaps, particularly in our rural areas where the capabilities of the district municipalities not as well resourced as the metro in possibly combating the severity of natural disasters that may, as a result of fire, that may occur in the rural areas. Secondly, Chairperson, need to congratulate the department for the overachievements as far as the placement of intents are concerned. I think it providing opportunities for young people to gain experience and in the workplace. Regrettably, although it is not very significant, 2 interns did not complete the program and they quit it in the second year. If we could, get clarity perhaps as to if it is known, what are the reasons why interns did not complete, particularly those 2 interns did not complete the year of the 2 years that they were placed in the program. And then thirdly, Chair, again, it's a demonstration of the department's commitment to to develop and grow our timber, as well as expanding our skills. With the awarding of bursaries, 91 were identified as a target, and it was exceeded by probably 36, and that is to be commended. And perhaps if we could get an explanation as to where additional funding came from, whether it was resource within the department, or did we get external, perhaps, assistance to enable us to expand the bursary program? Thank you, Chair.
I may add on to that last question, and I'm really grateful to see that the HOD has also very early on in his report referred to interns and the development of skills, etc. And I think one of the many activities of the Western Cape Department of Agriculture that we are very proud of is our training initiatives, particularly the formal one, but also other training done. Dr. Sibopetsa, in your report, you also say that you find it sometimes very difficult to attract researchers, scientific researchers. And I've just been wondering, to what extent are we able to through our internship program, grow our own timber so that people might become familiar with the environment in more than one sense of the word, and then hopefully apply when we advertise positions, particularly for scientific researchers, etc. So if you could expand a little bit on that, but also in general, the contribution that that the department is making to skills development, please. Then also, if you could perhaps just inform us, you just speak to the Stompdrift Kamanasi Water User Association, and that there were various allegations of illegal activities. Are we referring to people using water illegally from that scheme, etc.? And perhaps if you could just tell us, your support there, what has been the outcome of that support? And then if I could also ask your support in terms of CASP, the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program. My impression is that, land reform is the responsibility of the national government, but that we then do the maintenance and follow up of those that have now been allocated land and been given an opportunity. Now, my impression is that budget has been decreasing over the last number of years, while one is actually expecting that every year there will be a bigger number of people requiring that kind of support. Perhaps if you could just give us an indication, how many new emerging farmers have you had to take on, and how's the communication with the National Department of Agriculture? Will they inform you and say, here, we've now done some land reform initiatives. We believe your services might be of value. Please, and what has been the trend? Is that figure growing every year? And I'm talking about the annual addition of emerging farmers, or are we actually decreasing or in numbers? Is that initiative gaining steam or losing steam? Thank you. I see you've made notes. Perhaps, Minister, would you like to go first, and then we hand over to the HOD?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Since there were some direct questions to me, especially from my friend from the Dorans. Honourable Member Murray, the issue of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, you're absolutely correct. There's some developments. I want to ask the HOD to respond to that, except to say that we have invited the African Consul Generals to this ceremony, where we launched this Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement in the context of agriculture, but he can, HOD will explain that in greater detail. That is also very significant, because we no longer want people to speak about commitment to Africa, we want to see the commitment in action, and he will reply to that, except to say that you are aware, as the chair of the Standing Committee on Economic Development, is that we have now also successfully, through my colleague, the Minister of Economic Opportunities, successfully got 10 new direct flights from Cape Town on the African continent, and I saw the statements also that were released, and that is complementary to the work on the African continent. So this is not only silo operations, this is a whole of government and a whole of society approach to be more focused on the African continent. Now, you will know that 50% of South Africa's agricultural exports anywhere around the world goes on the African continent, 1 billion people. That also confirms our commitment to our colleagues on the African continent. But the HOD can elaborate on that strategy and the implementation of that strategy. In terms of the minimum wages, to Honourable Member Marani, yes, this government has 3 key priorities, focusing on jobs, and we have seen the growth in the last 10 years in terms of on the 21st of September this year, the Minister of Economic Opportunities tabled the payroll in this House. The payroll is absolutely clear, the highest growth that any sector has seen in the Western Cape over the last 10 years was in the region of 37, 38%. Based on that, I think we have a moral obligation, and there you are right, to make sure that the dignity of farm workers is protected. So the first priority is jobs, and we see where the jobs come from. Number 2, secondly, it is safety, and the third priority is dignity and well-being. And because of the dignity and well-being, this is a key priority, and that's why this Western Cape government annually through Jackie Pandaran, our Chief Director, responsible for rural development, through her work, they do also annually a survey on the situation in the context of agri workers. So that is to protect the dignity of the agri workers. You refer to a court case. We are not the respondent to that particular case. What you refer to, that should give you a clear answer to your question, because we're not a respondent to that particular case. I think we know the dignity of agri workers is something that not something you can fix overnight, but there must be a commitment to see that the dignity of agri workers, and this government is committed in word and in deed. That's why we have a program of rural development, and we will continue to do so. So if you ask me directly, do I support a dignified living wage for agri workers, as I previously communicated in this House? The answer is yes. In terms of the research, the HOD will answer that, Chair, since you, before I come to that, Chair, I first want to deal with the fire season. The Honourable HOD will deal with that, as well as sustainable resource use management. I think, Honourable Member America, I am extremely worried, like you. We have seen temperatures rise to 60 degrees Celsius in Spain. As a Mediterranean region, that should trigger a signal to us. And your signal is absolutely correct, that we have to make sure that this fire season and combating fires, we had now floods, and you know that 7 out of the top 10 global risks by the World Economic Forum, as was brought under my attention by our CFO, 7 of those 10 risks are relating to climate change, extreme weather patterns. We see floods, and then we see fires. We have seen extreme weather patterns. We've seen extreme fires in the Northern Hemisphere. So I think your alert to this committee is correct. My officials will answer that, except to say that I have reported in the cabinet as the leader of government business that the Minister of Local Government is currently busy with fire preparation for the fire season. So they will release a media statement and a press conference about what we are doing to prepare for the fire season, the fire breaks. I asked them some specific questions when I met some of the farmers in Grabouw. Some of those roads have been destroyed. And so if those fires happen high up there, and we need access on the roads to for fire, they have raised this with me in a meeting that I held. So this is a problem. But I think I'm going to leave this. But I think what we must expect is extreme fires this season. And I will also, after taking advice from our officials and the Minister of Local Government, will have to issue a statement to farmers, because farmers cannot just simply now go on holiday in December, because this is going to be a season that we must now anticipate will be heavy fires, as you rightly pointed out. My HOD and the team will respond to placement of interns. The workplace creates dignity. HOD will also respond to the issue of the market access team, will respond to the tensions in the war, whether we are exporting, what is the situation. Now I've received the report at the time when the war broke out, that it traditionally took about 23 days at sea to export to St. Petersburg. And with the war, 93 days. Why? Because all of these containers and shipping containers had to be searched for weapons at the various ports, because there's war and you don't want fruit and guns in the same container. So that is what has happened. But I think you have asked us a specific question about the exports to those regions. I will think the market access team can answer that. Chair, I think I will leave the question to research to the HOD and Dr. Ilse, except to say that when you do research, I don't think an intern is going to help you in research. You need a person with substantive research experience, because the research are normally done based on the needs of the industry. So the industry will come and say, we need this specific research, and you need an expert in that specific area. But there's nothing preventing us from, creating a pathway to get there. But to get the intern into research, I don't think that is immediately, but a pathway, if that is your suggestion, that can happen. But the HOD and Dr. Ilse will reply to that. They will also reply to Kamanati and the issue there, and as well as the issue of CASP that you raise in terms of the national government, that you see there's annually reduction in the CASP funding in relation to land reform. I hand over to my HOD. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Thank you, Minister. If I may start, Chairperson, with your questions. You're correct about national government being responsible for land reform, and ours is to provide post-settlement support. But your question is about the trends. The trends are unfortunately south going in terms of budget. The fund is declining. In fact, in this year, we were advised, I think last week, that we must cut about 11 million rands. And that effectively means that out of the 40 farmers that we had promised to support, we may have to go to probably 3 or 5 of those and say, sorry, we cannot help you. So unfortunately, that's what is happening. As to the communication, I think there's constant engagement with national government, but as you know, with the current cuts across the board, the easiest place where they're going to cut is on the conditional grants. And that's the practice that we have seen happening. Of course, the number of farm acquisitions in the province, that has also declined. In fact, I think last year we reported that what we were informed about is that the budget for land reform last year could actually allow them to acquire 2 farms in the Western Cape. And that should tell you a story. So that's unfortunately what we are dealing with. Suffice to say, we've got a very good relationship with our national colleagues on this particular grant. And in fact, I'm aware that yesterday there was a discussion looking at what could be the possibility going forward in terms of the grants that were for rural development up to the end of this last financial year. And the thinking is to move some of that to provinces. And specifically, I was called by the Director General to say I needed to be part of that particular discussion. So that's it really on the CASP and the land reform issues. Asia will respond on the storm drift Kamanasi them issues. But Chair also raised an issue around the attracting researchers. That will forever remain a challenge, necessarily because we don't pay as well as we are supposed to pay. The private sector pay better than us. And obviously, it doesn't matter how much you train people. If they are given opportunities that are more lucrative than what you can afford, they go. And I'm sure Ilse may want to add on that one as well. In terms of the skilling of people, whether in terms of the bursaries, whether there was any additional funding, where did it come from, Member America? That was because of the partnership arrangements we have. AgriSeta funded most of those bursaries, but also the industry. In fact, I remember some farming operation in the Northern Cape. They actually came to visit Minister Mayor to say to him, we want to be part of the work you do here. That led to him visiting their farm in the Northern Cape, I think sometime last year. They funded about 10 bursaries at the Elsenburg College. So there was no additional resources coming from our limited resources to support that. So in terms of the question around the interns, that 2 had actually resigned, I wish all of them resign. And I'll tell you why. These 2 resigned because they got permanent jobs. So if 120 resigned to go to permanent jobs, that's good news for me. And it's good that they resigned. We placed them at host employers, and we wouldn't want to keep them for 2 years, although the contract says 2 years. But if midstream, half of them leave, we appreciate that, because that's really why we train them. On the issue of the fire season, I think Minister responded to that, but I think I want Ashia to come on the technical issues around it as to the support that we provide to protect farmers. Of course, we are all worried about climate change. We have seen in the Western Cape 2 massive floods this year in a space of 4 months apart. And scientists are telling us that we're heading for a drier summers that could actually come about with a lot of fires. And then I think Asia will talk to the issues around the technical support there. Market access, I'll leave that to Bongiswa to respond. And Member Murray, you raised an issue around agri-processing. I want Bongiswa to respond to that. But you raised very sharply the issue around the Africa Western Cape Agriculture Strategy. We're happy to share that with yourselves, but I must tell you that for the first time, as an implementation of that strategy, we hosted an Africa Agriculture Seminar at Elsenburg this year. That's actually an outcome of the strategy. But also we've become a member of an African network called African Network for Agriculture Policy Research Institute. And they're having a conference now in November in Zimbabwe, and they've actually asked us to be on the panel, and they're funding our attendance to that. This could not have been possible without us starting the work in terms of that Africa Western Cape Agriculture Strategy. So with that said, Chair, I want to allow Asia, Bongiswa, Derek, and Ilse in that order, please.
Thank you, Chair. The first one is with regards to the Stormdrift Kamanasi. Stormdrift Kamanasi, we've established a Klein Karoo water task team, and in that we've brought together all the stakeholders, which includes National Water Affairs, Environmental Affairs, as well as the Catchment Management Agency, and the Water User Association has listed all the challenges that they are experiencing. The major challenge is unauthorized water use, specifically with the construction of illegal dams, and we have facilitated a joint operation blitz to investigate the unauthorized water use within the area. What we've specifically have done is that we've provided 3.5 million to the Water User Association for invasive alien clearing plants, which definitely will contribute to making more water available within the area. With regards to fires, invasive alien plants are a major fuel for fires, and they definitely increase the heat and the intensity of fires. And by the removal of invasive alien plants, we definitely contribute to combating the intensity and the fuel for fires. Thank you.
Sorry, my mic is not on. I didn't quite get the question on agri-processing. I would really appreciate if I can, sort of get that one right. But on the question from on whether are we still exporting to Russia and or also importing, yes, I would like actually to confirm that we are actually still, exporting to Russia, especially actually our edible fruits are actually still going to Russia. But some categories, especially the wine, actually has been significantly affected because we actually have got reduced numbers actually in there. But even with edible fruits, we've actually realized that actually since the first quarter of this year and even the second quarter actually of this year, the exports actually have reduced actually significantly. It's not normal like actually as it used to be actually in the past. With regards to imports actually have been affected drastically in some categories where we use actually to import. There is not even actually some figures that we can actually pick up from statistics. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, thank you. I am to respond to the Africa strategy, Member Murray. So I think just first a little bit of background. By the end of this century, there should be approximately 3.7 billion people additional on the face of this earth. 90% of those people will live on the continent of Africa. So, and also some of the fastest growing economies in the world is in Africa. So, but our Africa strategy is not a market access strategy. I think for two reasons. The one is if the little we can do cannot assist Africa to grow and develop, then we are sitting with a need and not a market. So for that reason, for us, the strategy rests on four legs. The one is, yes, there are a market access process, but it is also to support other African countries to economically grow, to create jobs, and basically the same things that we are doing. So what we are doing at this stage is last year in 22 August, we invited all the consuls general, the African consuls general to Elsenburg, and the minister referred to that. And at that event, we actually released the Africa strategy and informed them about that. So, and the purpose of that was, if we want to cooperate on the African continent, we've got the consuls general here, they can alert their member countries of what we can offer and our technologies and things like that. I think that's the first step. The second step is we are trying, we are one of the very few government entities that actually engage Africa by going there. There are a number of international visits that we did last year, and we are planning again some in this current year, and we will see in the next year. The HOD referred to the ANAPRI event where we participated, and because of that linkages that was developed there on Africa Day this year, we hosted an Africa strategy or Africa policy seminar at Elsenburg. And our intention is actually next year we are busy with a project we call the Sacramento project. And we intend to invite ANAPI next year when we've got our policy seminar also to bring an African perspective, not only a South African perspective, but also an African perspective on these things. So we've got a particular target to engage in a number of networks, the African Agricultural Economics Association, ANAPI, AFAS, Roofforum, FANPAN, and all those sort of things. The last thing, okay, there are a number of other activities, and I'm not going to go into that, but the one of the advantages of COVID is that we've learned to make use of modern technology. So what we are trying to do is also then in our extension block sessions, as well as the college, to invite extensionists from the rest of Africa to via MS Teams to participate and give their experience also in what we are doing. The same at the college, to create the sort of virtual lecturers and virtual exchange that does not necessarily entail going there. But I must stress, this is not a short-term strategy. We must take this very slowly within our capacity, what we can do and what we cannot do, and in that way establish ourselves as a valued member of the African continent and of the African agricultural society. Thank you, Chair.
Member Africa, in connection with growing their own researchers. Yes, you're correct. And I must say, we're very excited about a new wave of young researchers and scientific technicians coming our way from formerly disadvantaged groups. So that's very exciting. However, they should have SAP-NASP registration before they can be employed by us. But we are fast-tracking them with the opportunity to appoint them as candidate scientists on a 3-year contract. And once they then get their full SAP-NASP registration, we have an appointment process where they apply for that particular post. And we've got several examples where we took a young researcher through the 3 years of mentorship and then employed them. We've got a very good postgraduate program with most of the universities in South Africa, where the university have postgrad students, but they don't have topics and study leaders. We come with the topics of benefit to the sector in the Western Cape. We provide a 50% study leader with the co-study leader at the university. And in that respect, we grow our master's students. A case in point is 2 young students who started in our department, or let me call at that point in time, Dr. Nell and Dr. Muvali. They were not doctors when they were entering our postgrad program. They were having honors. They finished their masters in our postgraduate program with our support of our study leaders. And then when 2 vacant posts became available as scientists, they applied, they were appointed, they completed their PhDs and both got their PhD in March 2023 under our leadership. So we are really taking that chain of events from the university, postgrad, right through the department, and then try and offer them opportunity to appoint them as researchers in our department. I hope that covers the question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Again, over to you, Honourable Mari America Maran.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to repeat my question on agri-processing firstly. It was with regards to page 34. The Provincial Strategic Plan highlights export support and promotion as a key focus area in VIP2. What was the promotion of agri-processed export goods during 22-23 for the Western Cape, given that agri-processing is one of the Western Cape's strategic priority subsectors, particularly in job creation? And then, Chair, just a follow-up with regards to the strategies has really piqued my interest, and it sounds like great work. So I think my colleague has mentioned the risk of AGOA and exclusion. And I was curious to know, to what extent might the strategy help to mitigate against the risks of graduation from AGOA or cycle review resulting in us being excluded from AGOA? But on the other hand, to what extent might it help us to better leverage AGOA or to expand our reach as a subnational government? Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable America.
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 follow-ups, and then could I then present the new ones?
Welcome.
Firstly, thank you, Dr. Trotsky, for the contextualization of the Africa Growth Strategy. I'm pleased to have heard the initiatives taken by the department inviting the African Consul Generals to a briefing where the strategies sort of shared with them. I would like to know, Chairperson, what was the reception of the strategy? How did they receive it? And what possible, I wouldn't classify to say it as commitments they have made because certainly they can't do that at that stage. Is there, you know, that from our assessment, will there be a buy-in from them to promote the strategy within their regional countries? And further to that, Chairperson, certainly the national department would also have an African growth strategy. How does our growth strategy dovetail that of the national department, so that we don't, you know, go into different directions, that we go into one direction and support both national as well as the provincial government in creating markets for our farmers, not only in the Western Cape, but also in the rest of the country. The second question, second follow-up question, Chairperson, Dr. Troutman, it's very commendable that the department create that space and opportunity for people to learn and to obtain qualifications and become more skillful in the agricultural sciences. Now, Stellenbosch University, and I want to say I speak of personal knowledge, but my somebody that's very close to me is very much involved in at university. They do get a lot of applications, and I must say that my wife is working there, and they do get a lot of applications for agricultural sciences, and the PGCE program. She was coordinating that program, but for some reason, very few applications come from the Western Cape. It come from elsewhere, particularly from Limpopo, and they do not have internally, they don't have the skills to offer that program. And to what extent, you know, could we possibly foster a relationship with universities so that that sort of career pathway is being developed, not only for us in the Western Cape, but also for students from elsewhere in the country. And then a new question, Chairperson. On page 74, that there's a target, agriculture engineering support services, the number of agriculture and engineering support services, support activities. Now, the annual target is 50. First, I want to simple explanation whether it's a demand-driven target, because it was exceeded by 228. Now, just below that is two targets that have been discontinued. Now, my question is whether the discontinuation targets, and particularly the one immediately below 2.11, whether the support activities given to our interested parties, or say farmers or whatever, whether it incorporates that discontinued target. Hence the overachievement of 2.11. And then furthermore, Chairperson, just below that is another discontinued target where we have been integrally involved in the maintenance of the Glenwilliam Dam, canal system, and we supported that. It's been discontinued. Has that sort of function been taken over by Department of Water and Sanitation, or National Department of Agriculture? I would well imagine that would be the Department of Water and Sanitation. And then on the
third question.
Oh, the third one.
You're welcome.
That was 2 follow-ups. Okay, thank you, Honorable Moran. On page 75, Chairperson. Again, an overachievement of 2.21. Land care subprogram 2.2. The pension to large number of field camps resulting in drastic increases in the rehabilitated land, agricultural land. Do we have any sort of feedback as to the benefits that accrue to the beneficiaries of that intervention? Is there subsequent feedback as to this has really made a difference in our lives, because now we're in a position to rehabilitate our whatever land, and it will then subsequently assist us into a high yield or a more sort of efficient way of production, etc. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mara.
Chair, thanks. So the Western Cape farmers are still doing business with Russia, where they export, they import, and basically rejected the stance of the Western Cape government by not to do business with Russia. Chair, I'm going to follow a couple of follow-up questions. So the MEC is saying that they believe in job safety and they are supporting a dignified minimum wage. Now, I know that this department have a very good relationship with Agri-Western Cape. Agri-Western Cape is taking the national government to court, meaning that they have to view that the 4.5 thousand rand that farmers currently receive as from the 1st of March is above a dignified wage. That's why they are taking them to court. Now, my answer to the MEC was specific, it was straightforward. Because I don't know, when the MEC is saying that he supports a dignified wage, what does he mean by that? My question was, do the MEC, and the period under review, and I can remember, is today is the 20th time that I've asked this question to the MEC. Do you, MEC, and your department, support the minimum wage, and let me specific, 4,590 rand that's been implemented from the 1st of March 2023? That's my question. Because I don't know what you mean in your mind. What is a dignified wage? Whether it's 2,000, whether it's 3,000. And that's the one. The second one, Chair, was a question that you've asked in terms of rural development. I remember some time back, we also asked this question because in a report, there is a rural development desk in the department. And when we asked the question, okay, every time when we ask the question about rural development, your answer is it's a national competency. It's a national competency. What is the responsibility of the rural development desk? Your answer was, we are facilitating a process when blacks wants to buy farms. That was the answer at that. I'm not sure whether it's still your answer. And if it's still the answer, how many have you facilitated? We have heard now from the HOD that the budget of the National Department, but for the Western Cape, you can actually buy 2 farms per annum. How many of those have you facilitated those who wants to buy farms, and if there was any success, Chair. Thirdly, Chair, 54, is it 54% exports? 51% exports. We're exporting not only to America, we're exporting to Europe, we're exporting to Russia. And when we receive, and when we ask about that, where do you get this information? And they said it's evidence-based, it's evidence-based. We've now heard from Mr. Tosky about 3.7 billion people more on the African continent. How many of this 51% that's been exported to the African markets? I believe you should have that information by the press of a button. How many of the 51% has been exported to the African markets? Thanks.
Thank you. And then just from my side, 3 questions. I believe there's a bill in front of the National Assembly named the Preservation of Agricultural Land Bill. We don't know whether that bill will still be pushed through during this current term of office of the National Assembly. And then I presume it would also be referred to the National Council of Provinces. Have you been able to comment on that? What are the views of the department on that piece of legislation? If you could just in brief share that with us. I presume there's a lot of detail as well, which we will be getting from you later on. The next one is in terms of page 16, you refer to the 7 disaster relief schemes which the department managed in the year under review. Perhaps if you would be so kind just to tell us, what is the role of the department when it comes to disasters, from the assessment of the extent of the disaster right through to the implementation or the management of the disaster scheme? And perhaps if you wouldn't mind, we've had a disaster 3 months ago in June. We've had another one in September with flooding. I don't need to remind you of that. So where do we stand with those disasters? And then my third question on this one is in terms of the export of livestock and the certificate that needs to be issued by the veterinarians. What is the average turnaround time for people that apply for an export certificate to them then receiving that certificate? You said there's been a high uptake or a surge in the number of applications for such certificates. What has driven that, and how is the turnaround time now comparing to perhaps before this upsurge in applications? Good. Minister, again, there was a question addressed to you. Can we start with you?
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. There was something to do earlier about the climate change and the renewed focus on climate change emanating from some questions earlier. I think it is important to note that there was on the 4th till the 8th of September, there was an inaugural Africa Climate Summit held in Kenya. That was to prepare the African continent for the leading up to COP28, which will be held in Dubai. And during that focus, focus was on driving green growth and climate solutions for Africa, but also dealing with the issue of climate change finance. So that is happening last month, and we are watching that very closely. Then Honourable Member Maran, in terms of the new minimum wage, which was implemented, I think you will be happy to note that this government has not objected to the implementation of the minimum wage. Rural, so though there you have the answer directly. I'm here to fight for farmers. I'm here to fight for living wages. I'm here to fight for the dignity of farm workers, because you cannot have this growth in export, growth in production without a decent wage for our agri workers. Then the issue of rural development, the HOD will answer that because you ask what is the mandate. I think the mandate is broader, what you just mentioned, but the HOD and the team and Jackie will respond to that. The colleagues will also respond to the African markets, the preservation bill. The chair raised that. Yes, we have made some comment. It also went to cabinet, but the colleagues can elaborate on that. The HOD and the team will respond to disaster relief schemes. You ask what is the role of the Department of Agriculture, and then you raise the issue of the export of livestock and the turnaround time in that particular regard. I think the HOD will lead all of those discussions.
Chair, thank you very much. I think on the follow-up questions, I think Derek will deal with the reception in terms of the Africa strategy. Suffice to say, the fact that we had a seminar here this year, it's an indication that the African colleagues actually were warming up to the strategy. And also the fact that they are agriculturists, are part of our extension development program, online attending those meetings and making presentations. That again should actually attest to the extent to which people are warming up to it. Suffice also to underscore the fact that it's not purely a market access strategy. It's much broader than that. It's also people-to-people exchange. It's also knowledge transfer and ensuring that scientists connect with scientists to deal with whatever the issues are in agriculture. Ilse will talk to the issue around the applications that you referred to specifically. The issue on page 74, Member America, that you raised in terms of targets exceeded. I want Asia to respond to that and the extent to which this target is linking with the discontinued targets below that. Suffice to say, from where I'm seated, that the keyword is engineering support. It doesn't matter where. So we had to apply wisdom there and avoid double counting, because in the end, it's about the engineering support services, whether it's towards Glen William, it's towards farmers designing their own irrigation system. It would not matter. I think on the issue on page 75, we just came from MTech 1 yesterday. You're talking about what is the impact. In the last 4 years, we invested 134 million rands on this area of work in terms of number of hectares rehabilitated. That on its own is released over 125 million cubic meters of water. And if you look at it today, it's equivalent to the Berg River Dam, which would cost us 4.2 billion rands to build. So that is the impact, that the water is now released to allow agricultural expansion for these farmers. So that is a big area of work for us, but Asia may need to just bring the technical details there. But for me, it was important to highlight that 134 million rands is equivalent to 4.2 billion rands that we would never have to build another such dam. Member Maran, you raised an issue around rural safety desk. We don't have that. What we have is rural. You said rural desk. We have rural safety desk. You said. Your question was whether the rural desk, what does it do? We don't have rural development desk. We have rural safety desk. We have rural safety desk, and at Casidra we've got what we call LREAD. It's Land Reform and Advisory Desk. It's not at the department. It's at the department. I mean, it's at Casidra. And the mandate of that desk is to assist farmers who want to acquire land on their own, provide advisory support. And that desk continues to do that work to support farmers who say, here I am, I want to acquire that land. Can you advise me with the planning guidance so that I know which kind of farm to acquire? So that LREAD desk is at Casidra. It's not at the department. In the department, we've got a rural safety desk that works closely with community safety in the province and SAPs in the regions and neighborhood watches to support farmers in that respect. Chairperson, you raised a number of questions. The preservation bill, Darrell will deal with that in terms of the comment there that was submitted. The role in terms of the disasters in the province, I would like Asia to also reflect on that. In terms of the export of livestock, the turnaround time, I want Dr. Msiza to respond to that. Suffice to say, we have seen a lot of improvement in that space. And about 2 weeks ago, we launched what we call electronic certification, export certification online system, which is something that you'll not find anywhere in the country. But I want Dr. Msiza to deal with that. So the order is Dr. Msiza, Asia, and then Darrell.
Thank you, Chair. On the turnaround time of the certification, it depends. I mean, if you talk about coming to the office and getting certificate, that one, assuming all documentations are there, it's 10 minutes, 15 minutes is very quick. But to give a ballpark figure is difficult because you assume what is requirement for livestock. I mean, there might be probably tests that are required that must be performed by the receiving countries. There might be other requirements that have to be fulfilled before you can issue that one. But in short, if everything is all right, 10 minutes max, then you issue certificate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, with regards to the engineering services on page 74, the target, you're correct, the target had been, it is a demand-driven target. The two targets had been combined because the functions of those two targets were so similar that it was very difficult to distinguish which function was support and which function was in terms of technical advisory support. And for that reason, we've combined the target. The overachievement had specifically been because there had been mechanization activities that required in-year monitoring that we did not anticipate for, and that was support provided to our APSD colleagues in terms of mechanical engineering. Then in terms of the Klein Willem Dam, that indicator that was discontinued, that indicator was actually not discontinued, it was actually added to T2.1.1. So it was delivered on that. So it's an infrastructure project and not separated because there was some duplication in previous years around that one. And that's why that's why that one had been discontinued. And with regards to the benefits, HOD has already mentioned in terms of the benefits of removing invasive alien clearing plants, but specifically towards fencing. The fencing that we put up is in the Karoo, and that is specifically jackal-proof fencing. And one of the main reasons is it allows for rotational grazing, which is one of our interventions in terms of mitigation measures in terms of climate change. It allows for the veld to rest and recover adequately. But what we've also seen is that the farmers are far more resistant to the impacts of droughts because their velds are in a more healthy state. And then in addition to that, because it's jackal-proof, we've seen a huge increase in the lambing percentages. In some of the farms, we've even recorded up to 100% increase of the lambing percentages in terms of offtake. With regards to the Padala, part of the reason we're supporting it, it allows for the provinces to make decisions. And the reason for that decision making is that the provinces has a greater understanding of the landscape within the provinces and are able to make far more informed decisions in terms of the development and the pressures that is taking place. With it, of course, there's challenges in terms of the capacity that's required and whether that function will be transferred with function. With regards to the That's it. The disaster schemes that we've implemented, the role that we do is, as soon as a disaster occurs, we do an initial assessment, and that's done by our district officials, and they immediately engage with organized agriculture. They engage with water user associations and irrigation boards, and they immediately give an indication of what the situation is on the ground. Once we have that situation, we've now developed a mobile app, and in this case, the app is for floods. We will definitely, going forward, will amend it to include other disasters as well. But in the flood, we've deployed the app, and farmers were on their farms, were able to provide us live information around what their assessment had been. After we receive that information and the area is safe, our officials then go out in the field to do a ground assessment. And after the ground assessment, we basically do a verification. After the verification report is in place, we then we do a submission as part of Department of Local Government, requesting for the classification and declaration of a disaster. Once that is approved by Cabinet, that will then be sent by to National Disaster Management, where they will classify. And once that has taken place, it allows for funding to flow and funding to be reallocated and shifted at the sector department, as well as at the provincial level, and also for national disaster management to make funds available. And in that, once that funds flow, we then implement and support within the disaster framework. We support the farmers that had been impacted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilse. And then Bangisa on the question raised by Member Murray.
Member America, about the students from the University of Limpopo. I need to put it very clearly that we have students from all over South Africa. And I'm proud to say that from the University of Limpopo, we have supported 3 students to obtain their PhDs, a Dr. Usini, a Dr. Mbeteli, and in 2023, Dr. Nematandani. Very important is that we put them into our postgrad program at the department with our lead scientists. However, they must come via university because they must be registered with a particular university. They can come from University of Limpopo and even register then for their master's or PhD with Stellenbosch. It doesn't matter. They must just be registered with the university, then come to us because we can't then obviously give the degree. But once they're registered with the university, with a study leader on that side, with a good project that we can support, they're in the system. So from Limpopo, 3 PhDs in the last 3 years, actually last 2 years, and so it is not exclusive to only universities of the Western Cape. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. There was actually a initial question on agri-processing, on what promotional activities is the department actually doing with regards to agri-processing. In response to that, there is quite a number of activities that the department is actually embarking on. In fact, there is an agri-hub that was actually established at Elsenburg, and to take the agri-hub, to the rural districts, because agriculture is not necessarily within the Cape Winelands, but it is actually across the province. To reach out actually to the rural communities, we've actually got actually engaged in an initiative that is actually called agri-processing on wheels, where we sort of actually putting actually the mobile processing equipment and actually take it actually to the rural areas so that we can actually give opportunities actually to those rural people that actually have got an aspiration and an idea, to get involved in agri-processing. We are actually starting them from scratch. That is, if they have an idea, we actually help them through product development, and we actually also help them actually with compliance, because food actually that is eaten actually has to be safe. So we actually take them through that process up until they even get to a situation of actually registering that actually as a business. And from that, we actually take them through the market access process, help them with the market access linkages. That is actually happening both locally and actually abroad. And in fact, most actually of our initiatives or market development initiatives that we actually have taken, are actually including agri-processors, or the majority of the people that participate actually on them are agri-processors. And those activities are happening actually at the international level and actually also locally. And I think there was actually also another question on the 51% of the exports that are actually coming from the Western Cape. How much of that is actually going to Africa? In that perspective, about 9% actually of the 51% is primary agriculture. It actually goes to Africa, and 34% of that is processed products that is actually going to Africa. And I must actually say, we actually have seen some growth, because actually it was in 2021, it was actually about 32% of our agro-processing products that were actually going to Africa. But we've seen actually the growth, because at the moment, it's actually about 32% actually of our processed products are actually going to the African continent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable members, another opportunity. I can get an indication. I got an indication from the Honorable Maran, and then America.
Chair, yeah. And MEC, you don't have to respond. But I just want to remind you that in your economic policy, your party's economic policy, as well as in your 2019 manifesto, you clearly stated that you don't support the minimum wage. And that work.
Mark was made that in your manifesto,
Economic policy and 2019 manifesto, you clearly stated that you don't support the minimum wage and that workers should opt out from the minimum wage and accept a wage which is equal to the old age pension grant. It's there. You can Google it. You will find it there. You don't have to answer on that. HOD on page 40. No, not 40, page 15. I'm moving slow. Last paragraph. Department of Water and Sanitation, Glen William Dam. What do you mean by resource poor farmers? That's one. And then also Lorwa was supported by 6.7 million rand. Supported by who? Because when it comes to rural development, you are saying it's a national mandate. When it comes to water, it's also a national mandate. Remember in 2019, when we entered the sixth parliament, the MEC was also, not the MEC, the Premier was also an MEC of Agriculture before, said that we're not going to wait for national government anymore. And in that particular year, made 20 million rand available for the Brandvlei Dam. It was then removed. Again, in the following year, another 20 million for the Brandvlei Dam. Again, removed. The response was that we have now, it's now a Premier was the MEC of Agriculture. We have now found out that water is a national mandate. And that's why we have withdrawn the 20 million rand. That was basically, so I just wanted to check this 6.7 million rand, where does it come from? And will it assist? Because we are of the view that even if the Glen William Dam wall will be raised by 30 meters, the canal won't be able to transport more water than it currently. I just wanted to check how, well, 6.7 million rand, because it says to prevent preventative maintenance. Will it assist to transport more water from the Clan William Dam to the lower areas of Matsikama, also to is it Brandsebaai, Tronox, Ebenezer, who's also making use of water from the Clan William Dam. Will it assist to transport more water to that particular area? Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable America.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, on page 76, just wanted to know the number of applications per subdivision and rezoning of agricultural land commented on. That target was, exceeded by 396. And I don't know, perhaps, by its very nature, it's a demand-driven target. Now, of the request to comment on potential applications for rezoning of agricultural land, how many of those, and firstly, in terms of the role that municipalities play with the rezoning applications, do we have any sort of knowledge, or do we keep track of the municipal processes that unfolded after we have made the comments, whether those applications have either been rejected or succeeded? And perhaps, Chairperson, what may not be there is whether there are any applications that that were within the 796 that the department did not support, and obviously for good reasons or not in bad faith, perhaps, not necessarily the case, but how many of those applications did we not support, and what were possible some of the reasons why we have considered it prudent not to support that particular those applications? And then, Chairperson, on page 80, just get my site properly, 81, at the bottom of the page 81, P3.2.4. Yeah, I'd like to get a sense of what a farmer's day is. What happens on an occasion like that? Because just below that is a discontinued target where number of demonstrations facilitated have once again that being sort of incorporated in what we now have a Farmers' Day, which is perhaps a much broader sort of engagement and event that will happen on a particular Farmers' Day. And where are they traditionally held? And who do we sort of invite to these Farmers' Day? Yeah, leave it at that. And then the third question, Chairperson, is the following page 82. Again, here we have T3.3.1. The number of smallholder producers supported. The target was exceeded by one. Again, it would appear that it is a demand-driven target. Now, I want to link it possibly with the previous target is number of small producers support with agricultural advice, a target which was discontinued. Now, and I could understand that many of these sort of targets are flowing into each other and they're flowing out with a particular outcome. And so the discontinuation and the focusing of targets is an attempt to efficiently manage a particular process. But if we look at the discontinued target, and if you look at the previous outcome of the previous financial year, which is almost 1,700 smallholder producers that were, supported with advice of whatever kind. And in T 3.3.1, I mean, it speaks to a different kind of support. And perhaps some comment on that, Chair. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm not sure if I missed it, but I don't think I received a response to my question on AGOA, and also related to the strategy on whether the strategy could help to mitigate risks, such as AGOA graduation or exclusion in following cycle reviews. And then I also just wanted to ask, with regards to page 15, the provincial strategy plan highlights skills development as a focus area with the prioritization of skills development in rural areas through the implementation agricultural partnership for youth development, or APRYD. This is supposed to be one of the focus areas or focus area interventions for skills development. My question then, Chair, is what placement mechanisms or plans does the department have in place for the 137 interns upon completion? I know this is a bit similar to the previous, but if I could just wrap my head around this again. Thanks.
Thank you. From my side, again, 3 questions. The first one is, again, skills training. The course on horsemanship. I was at one stage concerned that a course may be closed down. What is the current state of that program? And may I say, I'm always concerned that some courses are only there for the elite, because for some qualifications in South Africa, you need to go to a private institution. There is just no public college, FET college in South Africa that offers a course in cell phone repairs or in computer network design and so on. So again, in terms of our training regime, so would this horsemanship course be therefore open also to disadvantaged students that may want to qualify in that area? Then the other one, and I'm still with the HOD's report within the annual report, page 22, when it comes to rural safety, I believe when we speak of rural safety, many people unfortunately equalize that to farm attacks. But I'm grateful to see that, this team under this Department of Agriculture also includes officials from the Department of Mobility, from Labour and Employment and so on. Because I think what we've come to realize is that a farm is a very dangerous working environment. You're working with big implements. I think we've all known and seen about, just a simple thing like a tractor and how many tractor accidents there are and how many people are injured and killed by that. So my question is, in terms of that rural safety initiative, to what extent do we also include, for example, safety training? To what extent do we include, for example, alcohol abuse? Because I think the abuse of substances incidents of leading to death and injury on farms are all interlinked. And then the particular topic that we as a standing committee has been engaging on is the whole issue of the safe transport of seasonal workers. And we're again at the beginning of another season of deciduous fruit and so on. So perhaps if you could just tell us a little bit more about the workings of that committee chaired by an official from this department. And then on the bottom of page 22, there's a sentence which says the delayed vetting process remains a challenge and affects the appointment of graduate interns. I presume this is academic vetting and not security vetting, but perhaps please help me. Now, a number of years ago, SAQA actually said that they've got the capacity to very quickly confirm academic qualifications or not. Now, it seems to me as if there may be a delay. Perhaps if you could just put my concerns to rest. Thank you. And again, HOD, will you be directing the questions to your staff?
Chair, thank you very much. On the vetting side is both academic and security vetting, because we've got to do that for everybody that is coming to be part of the Western Cape machinery in terms of the work that we do. Rural safety issues, a valid observation to make in there in terms of our working together with police oversight and community safety and mobility and issues of safety training and alcohol abuse. I will ask my colleague Jackie Pandaram just to reflect on the work that we do around there, and maybe Daryl may want to then add, but also Daryl must respond to the horsemanship. Member Marie, apologies for not responding to your question. I'm going to direct it to Dr. Trotsky in terms of AGOA and the extent to which the strategy which we have developed last year will assist us. And I think Derek made a point that by in the next 100 years or even less, there would be additional people coming to or living on the African continent. And therefore, it's an opportunity in terms of agricultural products. Your question in terms of the what happens to the young people when they exit the program, I guess that's, I'm paraphrasing it. We believe that those that are able to pursue a formal training in agriculture are then channeled, given pathway through the Elsenberg College. But also part of the support we give to them is to also anchor them in terms of mathematics, because you would know that a lot of our young people today are involved in maths literacy, which is not what is needed if you want to pursue an agricultural qualification. So the mentorship support that we provide to them, it is with the view that they will pursue a formal qualification or end up working within the farming sector, and that's really what we are doing there. Member America, you asked a question: what is a Farmers' Day? I've attended many of them, and none of them is the same. And I'm going to ask Jerry to respond to that. I mean, just the other day we attended a Farmers' Day, and the vets decided it was important to dissect a pig, so that farmers can understand what happens in terms of food safety, biosecurity, and the like. And as to why some indicators had been dropped on page 81, I think the one point to make is that we've got what we call transversal indicators versus provincial indicators. So if what we had been counting over the years had now since become a transversal indicator, we decide that we're going to cut it so that we don't do double counting. We just count it once as a transversal indicator, because you would understand transversal means all of us in the 9 provinces will have to deal with that. Where are these held? Who do we invite to these Farmers' Days? Jerry Harris will respond to that. On page 82, you referred to an advice given to smallholder farmers reaching about 1.7 90, if I remember correctly, on page 82. It's exactly what I've just discussed, that it has stopped being a provincial or province-specific indicator. It's now a transversal, and therefore we cannot do the double counting there. Rezoning, I think the details can be provided at a later stage as to which ones did we support, which ones did we not support. But the high number there should tell the members that agriculture is under threat. The agricultural land is threatened. That is why we have to comment all the time, because people are wanting to develop, and our mandate is to protect productive agricultural land. But of course, we are not the authority in terms of approving. We are a commenting authority. And now and then there are so many unhappy customers who come back and say, but why did you not approve mine and approve that? The reality is that we follow science, and many times we find ourselves not agreeing with business people that want to repurpose agricultural land into a residential area. We are of the view that if we don't protect agricultural land, there will come a time where we are like Singapore, where everything is imported in terms of food. We think we'll be irresponsible for those that come after us that would not have protected their own means to produce their own food. But that high number is an indicator that we've got a big issue here that we need to tackle. Member Maran, you asked an issue about the 6.7 million rents. That's from our own equitable share. We support for the maintenance of the Lorva Canal, already supporting over 840 farms in that region. And we think it will be responsible if we don't do that. Agriculture in that region will come to a grinding halt, unfortunately. And that is why we support. The same issue can be said about land reform. We were on record in this House, Honorable Chair, that we even sought a legal advice as to whether we can do land reform. And the legal opinion came to say, but you cannot touch it. And that is why we shy away completely from land reform, but we provide support to those who want to buy land on their own, including Witzenberg Pals. That has now become a land solution across the country. We provide advice to those. What do we mean by resource-poor farmers? It's farmers who are under-resourced. That's basically what we're talking about. And in the main, it will be a new farmers in that area that we're talking about. As to whether the increasing the Glen William Dam means that the canal will not to receive the amount of water, unfortunately, that's not the advice we're getting from our engineers. And that is why there was a rationale to actually work on improving the condition of that particular dam. Chairperson, thank you very much. I want to then ask Jackie to respond, and maybe Darrell wants to add, and then Derek Trotsky on AGOA and the Africa strategy. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. So the department established a rural safety unit. We've got a rural safety coordinator that has been appointed. We also do have an interministerial and technical committee on rural safety that meets on a quarterly basis to specifically discuss rural safety matters in collaboration and conjunction with other departments such as SAPS, the Department of Employment and Labour, as well as Community Safety and Police Oversight. We've also, in the past, established the safety desk, where safety issues are not just reported, but it's also tracked through the monitoring dashboard. In terms of the measures that's been implemented with regards to the safe transportation of agri workers, together with the Department of Transport, we've been collaborating with them with regards to road safety awareness sessions that's been rolled out, as well as road safety road talks in partnerships with SAPS as well as municipality. Then there's other training initiatives that is also done via private institutions such as CESA and VITA, and the Department of Agriculture supports those initiatives. And in addition, the Rural Development Program also roll out annually awareness and information sessions focused on substance abuse, gender-based violence, and other safety aspects. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. You asked the question, and I certainly don't want to add to what Jackie said around rural safety. I think the response was quite comprehensive, but I do want to respond on the equine studies program. And you were right, at the point we had questioned whether we should be continuing with that program. However, it's one of those that we need to review every year. So currently we've got 5 students on the program. For 2024, as an example, we got 106 applications, and we've already offered placement to 24 of those applications. So there is no doubt in our minds that the program needs to continue, especially with that level of interest. But at the same time, we are entering into discussions, or we sort of have a dual approach. The one is to try to incorporate it into the mainstream program, and we've got a plan of action around that. So either to form part of our diploma or the agri program, that's in terms of a long-term sustainability. But we're also entering into partnership with the Plettenberg Bay Equine College. So so we're trying to see how best we can maximize on that particular program. I must just say 21 out of the 24 applicants are from the previously disadvantaged communities. So it's not an elite program. Definitely not. It is a program that certainly responds to a particular need within the society. Thank you very much, Chair.
Chairperson, thank you. Just to respond on the question about AGOA, I think first let me just reiterate why the US market is so important for us. In terms of value-added agricultural products exported from South Africa, from the Western Cape, sorry, the USA is the 3rd biggest destination. First is Namibia. Very few people realize that Namibia is the biggest export destination of our agricultural value product from the Western Cape. Second is the UK, third is the USA. So it's an extremely important market. Currently, in 2022, the value of that market under AGOA imports was $428 million. That would be about $2 billion. And it increased by 42% over the past 4 years. So that is an extremely important market from our perspective. In terms of what we can do is, it is an act of the US Congress. So the US Congress at any stage can change that act if it suits them. So, and we are a province, so our interventions are fairly limited in that regard. But what we can do is we first to understand the situation. So there's a number of documents in that regard that we are doing. We are engaging the other spheres in government in South Africa. So, and we are a part of the Agricultural Trade Forum that is a national entity. Myself and Bongiswa serve on that. Unfortunately, the current meeting is as we are sitting here, so we are skipping this meeting. But we are using that platform also to make sure that engagement takes place. And then the third one is to engage with potential influencers in the USA. So that was last year when Minister Meyer was there. He handed a letter from our premier to the governor of California to stress the importance of what this is, and how it is being done. Just HOD, if I may, just to come back to the African strategy and the previous question by member America. Our engagement with national on the African strategy. Of course, at the national level, there's a CAADP, Comprehensive African Agricultural Development Program, on which we are actively engaging with the National Department of Agriculture, also via the Agricultural Trade Forum. And in our principle with any development of a strategy is we like to be more inclusive than exclusive. So Dalat was also invited then to be part of the steering committee of the African strategy that we've developed. So they are fully aware and they are endorsing it. And we do not want to work at loggerheads. We'd rather see how we can incorporate and use the opportunities that is in this regard. Our resources that we can put in these efforts are limited. So rather than to duplicate, we see how we can leverage from other existing initiatives. Thank you.
Cherry Aris, quickly on what is a Farmers' Day?
Not often that we can't hear you.
Yeah, that's true. Chair, thank you through you. Just to Honorable America, I'm just going to respond quickly. I think the HUD has responded, but just to say, where does it happen? Just to say that I think the target is 24, and within our province, we have 5 C municipalities in 1 metro. The idea is that we then have 4 farmers' days per district, and that boils down to more or less 1 per quarter. Just to say that, where does it traditionally happen, and who do we invite? Normally, it's based on needs from farmers. You will find the one moment you have very wet seasons, then farmers have a particular question: how do I prepare my crop within these conditions? Next year, the same farmers must prepare crop under dry conditions. Then it's a totally different farmers' day. And to have a farmers' day with the same name, more or less, let's say beef production, the farmers' day in George on beef production will differ from the farmers' day in Rietpoort or better based on climate, soil, and pastures and so on. So who do we invite? If you farm with that particular crop, within a commodity, you are more than welcome to attend. And then just to say, I think you also asked a question on support to smallholder farmers, and I think the target was 30. That is the number of farmers that we could accommodate within our grant system, meaning that's farmers that will get access to grant, but they are not, the others are not excluded from advice or farmers' days or whatever it is. So we still incorporate them. And then just to say that there was something about advice. It's incorporated in 3.2.3. We give advice to all farmers, inclusive of commercial, smallholder, or subsistence farmers. Thank you, HOD. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Any further questions? I recognise the Honourable Maran.
Chair, I've asked whether the 6.7 million will assist for the canal to transport more water than it currently transports. That one was not answered. Then, Chair, page 23, frequent incidents of theft on research farms. Chair, whether it's still the case, whether it still happens, thefts, is it outsiders or is it insiders? And what is the department doing to overcome that particular problem? Then, Chair, on page 30, you will see the department write-off debt to the value of 234,000 rand. Chair, 119,000 rand of that amount is salary debt or salary overpayments. If you look at note 6, salaries for who? Is it staff? Are those staff not here anymore? Is it impossible to Chair, to get those monies back from those staff? Just wanted to check, Chair, what considerations have been taken into account to write off debt, especially when it comes to salary overpayments. And if you look at note 6, other salary matters, what the considerations to be made of. Thanks.
Any further questions? Honorable America.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, just a mention is that it has been sort of stated in the sort of annual report on the extensive support the department provides to households, to schools, and to a number of other stakeholders with regard to either supporting or establishment of food gardens and the contribution it makes to food security. And I think that if one look at the indicators and targets that the department has set out for itself, consistently across the board, the department has exceeded those targets in a big way. And I think that from that perspective, one could only but commend the department, knowing full well that there are many gaps still that could be filled, but with capacity and budgetary constraints, it's not always possible to fulfill all the needs that exist within our society with regard to food security. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to move on to the veterinary services, Chairperson. Again, yeah, there is with a capacity constraints the department has in terms of delivering these particular services, and again, the performance were way above the identified targets, and I want to single out particular performance with regard to the vaccination of cats and dogs. And I think within our society, our people do not have the resources to take the cats and dogs to private veterinarians, and the role the department plays in assistance with regard to the performance of this vital intervention that will keep our communities safe and also limit the spread of diseases is again something that one should commend the department on and be very thankful for the kind of intervention that they make. On page 89, just for curiosity's sake, Chairperson, subprogram 4.2, T 4.2.1, the number of expert veterinary certificates issued for expert facilitation. Again, it's a demand-driven indicator, but the demand has been far exceeded. Just want to know how do you get it right? I think that very often I could say our target is 4,000 or 4,500. If we achieve the target, then we can sit back a little and slack it and ride it out, and because we have achieved our target. But if we look at consistently in many respects, and I want to link it with the vacancy rate that exists also, that we'll come to later, that given the gaps in vacancies that exist, somewhere along the lines, somebody has to pick up the slack. Somebody has to do it. And it communicates to me, if I look at the targets, that not only yourself here, but the many of the employees who are not here today perform over and beyond their call of duty. They do more than what is expected of them. And for many, for yourself and many who are not here, I take my hat off, and I think that it's this internal locus of control you have to exceed what is expected of you, and that is very, very, very admirable. But Dr. Sibapetsa, there's also a downside to it, in a sense that people are being so driven, and they at it all the time, that the propensity for burnout exists, and it is very real, and that we need to be conscious about the mental well-being of our employees across the board, because we don't just want to look good here, that we have overachieve at the expense of our employees. And that's just a remark, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. And then if I may just ask, one aspect that the annual report is relatively quiet on, and I expected something more, is our agreement that we signed with the state of California, the fact that there was a visit to California as well. And I do know that the previous agreement with the very same state kind of, petered out and eventually led to nothing. Now, we also from our side tried to give some impetus to this, but perhaps if you could just give us some feedback as to whether there is some action in this regard, some cooperation. And I do know that one aspect is that worries me, because it's somewhat outside of our ambit, is the academic cooperation that was envisaged in that agreement. Perhaps you can just give us an update on whether that contact is ongoing, whether there is still engagement with one another, and whether this agreement is holding some benefit for South Africa now that we're confronted with the facts. Thank you.
Person, thank you. The California agreement, I know that we sent a delegation there in June 2023, so it will be in this year's report that will come to the committee next year this time. One of the big things that had come out of that delegation is that we're going to start what we call a Mediterranean climate change group. There's 5 of us in the world, and ourselves with California makes the 40% of the Mediterranean climate regions in the world. And the plan was to attend the COP28 this year, have a side event, but that had not since happened, except there was an online conversation that had then taken place around that. So work is already happening in terms of that agreement with California. Ilse may just want to add after this. Member America, actually, as you were speaking, I am kind of becoming emotional about it, because the truth of the matter is I've got a very competent and committed staff at the department. If you look at the organogram of the department and the structure of the department, you look at the numbers we have and the numbers we meant to have, we will never be able to do what we do if one did not have this competent personnel. I'm aware, for instance, that the head of vets sometimes over the weekends he goes to the office and do the certifications. It's not for him to do that kind of work. But when businesses call and they need to be supported, he's bound to go to the office and issue the certificates. And that can be said about a lot of other stuff in the department that does great work. Of course, there's a downside to it. And that is why now and then we create opportunities for people and push people if they don't take leaves, rather give them compulsory leave because they need to rest now and then and recharge. But the truth is, I'm blessed with a very competent, committed staff members in this government that really lives the values of the Western Cape government. So that is what is happening here. And your observations are correct in terms of the food security, but also the vaccination that is done to cats and dogs. That is again because of the commitment of the staff that we have. With respect to the food gardens and why we exceed the targets that we had set for ourselves is also because we partner with other people. You know, businesses come and assist us. Other departments also come and say, we've got these resources here. How do we work with you to support communities? That's really the approach that we have been using over the years. But fact is, committed, competent people that love the citizens of the Western Cape. And I must say that that's really what we are dealing with. Member Maran, the issue around the 234, I will ask my CFO to deal with that. I think he's the most qualified to respond to that. He's still here. In terms of the research farms and theft, the reality is that we live in South Africa, we live in the Western Cape, so crime that happens in other areas does not say this government farm, let's move away. So that's what happens. But the downside to it is that the limited resources we have now need to go to security, need to go to fencing, need to go to cameras, because I have a duty to protect that infrastructure. I cannot come to the committee and say 7 tractors were stolen. I need to demonstrate what I've done to protect the sheep, the cattle, and the assets of the Department of Agriculture, Western Cape. The issue, Member Maran, about the 6.7, perhaps I didn't understand what the question really is about. The 6.7 is really to continue the maintenance work of the Lorva Canal. If we don't do that, it will not be maintained, it will break, which means that there wouldn't be water for farmers. So that's a decision we're taking over time and said, if we don't do it, nobody will do it, and our customers will not get the water they need to then continue with their business. That's really what it is. And if I'm missing it, please raise it so that we respond to exactly what the issue is. Ilse, do you want to come in on the issue of California and climate change?
Yes, thank you, HOD, Chairperson and members. Let me quickly just say something about theft. It has increased in the Oudtshoorn area to a severe level that they steal the feathers off the live birds to go and sell the feathers. So we've installed a very high technical security system with cameras, as the HOD has said, but it comes with a cost, and that comes out of operational funds. Then, Chairperson van Westhuizen, on the California agreement. Yes, we did go to a delegation of myself, Professor Stephanie Mitchell, who's just been appointed as our new specialist scientist in climate change, as well as Karen Shippey from DETP. The three of us went to California. It was a very, very good trip. We've got an extensive report that we can make available to the committee. Flowing from that was then taking up the links on the Mediterranean partnership, as Minister and HOD has alluded to. We had our first online meeting between the partners on the 26th of September. And you will not believe it, but this morning when I put my computer on, there was another follow-up email, and it's driven from Secretary Amanda Hansen, who is the Climate Change Secretary in the state of California. They are now going to invite us to Dubai to COP28. It seems that they are even prepared to pick up some of the cost, because the signing of this partnership is to take place on the 2nd of December. I will keep everyone informed on that. So that is very exciting about that. The exchange of students and so on, we're working on. But in the meantime, we've also strengthened the capacity of climate change, the governance structure within the Western Cape. There's now a transversal governance structure on climate change that's driven by the two MECs, Meyer and Bradell, supported by the two HODs. And we also have a signing of an agreement with the University of Stellenbosch New School for Climate Change or Climate Studies on the 6th of November. The agreement is done. It will be signed, and that would give us a link into postgraduate students, joint projects, but also international funding, because international funders are not so keen anymore to fund government, but they're keen to fund tertiary institutions. And in that way, we can also tap into that. And then we are also very excited about the links we've made with the training institution Apolitical, who is a training organization self-funded with funder money to train government officials all over the world. And they have a module, if I can call it like that, on climate change. They've started with that in the Western Cape as well, under the auspices of our Department of the Premier. But I linked up with them recently and asked if they can do tailor-make or tailor-made training for government officials on Western Cape climatic issues. We can't listen to what's happening in the rest of the world. They're very keen on that. They're also keen on co-presenting events with us. And they're also keen on bringing experts in to do master classes in climate change for our government officials. So in a nutshell, Member van der Westhuizen, I think it is going very well. We've got an interministerial committee driven by Minister Meyer on climate change. We will have in February a climate change summit for the Western Cape. So the agenda of climate change is hot. And excuse the pun. Thank you.
Flores, CFO.
Chair, thank you. About the write-offs. Chair, yes, the 93,000, as was indicated by Member Moran, is on salaried. Now, I perhaps just, if you give me permission, if you just can quickly recap on the process. We, except for first-year employees and contract employees, everybody pays on the 15th. Now, those run on every month. We can make only changes up to the 2nd or the 3rd. So what we try and do is, before the payment run of the 15th at the bank, we can still try and stop. If you don't get that, you actually have lost a month's pay, and then you go through process in terms of first informing the person, so you owe me. But usually, if they leave you, they don't really agree with you, so then you use a state attorney as prescribed. And you would have seen it was 9 cases for the 93,000 rand. In other words, it's an average of 10. Chair, I nearly want to say all of them comes back from a state attorney that says it's uneconomical to pursue, and then you sit with a write-off. So in other words, we go through process in terms of the state attorney, and only then will we write off if no other process, and that obviously will be audited by the AG. I can just say perhaps one thing that we can refer to, and that is Part E, the new Part E. It is 1.2D. You will see where at our fruitless or wasteful, that is where you say, could we have done better? And you will see the write-off or what we've written off on fruitless or wasteful. In other words, what we could have done better was 7,000 rand only, which we did work through an internal process. So, Chair, it is absolutely correct, but we do try, and it goes through normal process like any other bad debt. And yeah, the numbers just don't add up for the state attorney to follow up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, members. Any further follow-up questions or new questions? I would love us to finish with the department if possible before the break, and then only come back for Casidra. But if you give me an indication that there are still many questions left, then obviously we'll break and we'll bring the department back. Just can I get an indication?
Yeah, perhaps I can,
Mari?
Chair, perhaps I can propose that if there are follow-up questions, they could be sent in writing.
Certainly, we do have at the end of our meeting an agenda item for resolutions, questions to be sent through in writing. So yes, thank you. If that's acceptable to the members, then I want to say from my side, thank you very much. Mr. Sebopetsa, you will probably be returning with Casidra. Minister, you as well. So we're not going to say goodbye. Yeah. Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I want to say thank you very much. Also, a warm word of welcome. I see Professor Johan Kirsten, who apologized beforehand and said that due to other commitments, he will only be joining us late, has joined us in the meantime. I also, just for the record, want to say that the Honourable Peter de Villiers is also online. He has joined us. So thank you very much for your attendance as well. And then I don't know if Mr. Huyshammer would be returning after the break. Will you be here? Okay. So thank you very much for that. Some last words first from you, HOD, and then Minister on the department's report.
Chair, thank you very much. I think for us is to appreciate the opportunity always to come to this house to account. All you can see, it's commitment and dedication of the 890 odd staff members of the department. And we do all this for the love of the citizens of the Western Cape, but more importantly, for the love of agriculture. Chair, thank you very much.
Chair, thank you. We also appreciate the opportunity, because one of the values of this government is accountability and responsive governance. And we appreciate the questions that came from the committee. Some of it is clear that we can further elaborate in writing, but I think it's clear that also we need to perhaps invite the standing committee to a future Farmers' Day. This is something that can happen, and I really appreciate the opportunity to appear before the standing committee. But as you've heard in the beginning of the year, I normally sit with my HOD, and I ask him, what is the single laser sharp focus we're going to have in a year? Focus, and we have agreed that it will be animal health and animal safety. And you've now seen what has happened with the avian flu. And that's why we have focused now more specifically on veterinary services for the new year in a way. But for the current year under review, you can see we have put a lot of emphasis on climate change. And that's why the benefits from our relationship with California, as reported by Dr. Ilse Trautmann, is quite extensive. And there's a lot of, she has also submitted last night to me a management implementation report and further action steps. I'm quite excited about the work that is happening in that space, because I don't think we can continue with a disaster recovery paradigm. I think we must move into climate mitigation and climate adaptation. It needs to be a paradigm shift, and hence I've asked the cabinet to have a permanent item on the cabinet agenda for climate change. I've also asked as Dr. Ilse reported, we have now established also a governance structure for climate change. And yesterday, when we appeared before the MTEC and the Minister of Finance for the next year's budget, one question came from the Minister of Finance: what are we doing to source other external climate change funding? And I think you've heard from Dr. Ilse that given this new developments with California, it opens up new opportunities. I've also asked the EU ambassador to appear before the cabinet. She has appeared before the cabinet in the Western Cape, because we need to look at all the other opportunities for external funding, which there is quite a lot. But because there's a technical committee consisting of agriculture and environmental affairs, and the two HODs will then take that further. But this is for me very critical. Chair, as you rightly pointed out, there were two floods. As Asia explained, we went to the first flood for a cabinet classification and a declaration. We are now preparing for the second submission to go to the cabinet, which we will ask then for a classification, and then, as he indicated, approach the National Disaster Management Center for a second declaration. And we hope that at least in the first declaration, we can go to the adjustment budget, hopefully. But that we will certainly come back to the committee as part of the adjustment process. So, Chair, thank you very much. I think I want to congratulate my department for really, if you look at the budget, if you look at the scale, scope of the work, and the number of staff, they are punching 3 levels above the current budget, current capacity. And I want to thank my HOD and the senior leaders of this party. Extraordinary. If you read this annual report, you can see the extent of the amount of work that went into. And I really want to thank Dr. Sebo Petse, because I think he's an outstanding HOD and outstanding leading this department.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much to all the officials. For those of you that are not returning, thank you very much for your hard work. We are very proud of the Western Cape's agricultural sector and the support that you are giving to that sector. Minister alluded to some events that you never budget for, that you never are quite prepared for in the sense of capacity. It's additional work that comes down on the number of officials. On the other hand, I think we are currently in a very exciting period. The winter grain harvesting season has just started, and it will be interesting to see what eventually comes of it, despite the floods and the fact that quite often people couldn't go into the fields due to the water levels, etc. And also we're at the start of another fruit season. So exciting times. We really are concerned about a number of items, such as our ability to export, phytosanitary limitations that are being put on our agricultural products, etc. But with a team such as you, I believe we will overcome all those challenges. There is some refreshments down the passage in the members' lounge. If I may ask that we perhaps just give those that need to return preference when it comes to the serving, and please just be aware of the fact that there are other people behind you in the queue. So please help yourself, but then move away, so that others can also get an opportunity to pour themselves a cup of tea or coffee. Can I arrange that we be back in 20 minutes? It's now 10:20. It will then be 10:40. Thank you very much. after our break. We are now due to look at the annual report of CACIDRA, an entity of the Department of Agriculture, and a special word of welcome to the chair of the CACIDRA board, Professor Johan Kirsten, as well as the CEO. And without further ado, I'm going to first give Professor Kirsten an opportunity just for some opening remarks, and then over to you, Dr. du Plessis.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable members, thank you for the opportunity to present our annual report. As you said, CACIDRA is an entity of the Western Cape government, state-owned company with a focus on rural development. Currently, most of the activities that we do is related to the Department of Agriculture, but there are other departments of the Western Cape government that do provide requests for projects that we do implement, and there's also some of the municipalities that also request our services to do so. With me today, I have Deputy Chair Elton Jeftas and Daniel Johnson, also board member. We have recently changed the board of directors, so Elton is stepping down or stepped down 31st of August. So we also would like to, in the presence of the members, just thank him for his 9 years of service on the board of CACIDRA. We've just yesterday had the induction of 5 new members of the board, which will now start the new year. I'm ending my term in end of March, and then the board will elect a new chair. So it's probably the last time that you will also see me. So with that, I think that's a few introductory remarks I would like to make, but also you would see that there's a lot of similarity between the tasks and activities of the department and CACIDRA, as the programs are designed and funded from the department, and CACIDRA requested to be the implementer of those projects. So just keep that in mind when you read through the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. du Plessis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so this year was a year of, I would say, steadying for us. Obviously, previous years we had a lot of there was leadership issues, and then there were we had some losses. And this year I think we tried to start to turn the ship around. We reached a near break-even position, but obviously our focus remained to deliver the projects on behalf of the Western Cape Department of Agriculture. We've delivered a number, in fact, thousands of household and food and community food security gardens. We've delivered some disaster relief projects on behalf of the department. We've assisted them with their financial record keeping and other services for small farmers. So this year was, I think, a good year in terms of delivering for the department, and then also starting to unlock a little bit of other funding streams that we will hopefully to develop over the next few years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for those introductory words, Dr. du Plessis. If I could just ask that you put the microphone somewhat closer to your mouth for the responses. Honourable members, are there any questions regarding the annual report of CACIDRA? If I could get an indication. Honourable America first, then Maran.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'd like to concur with Dr. du Plessis in terms of stabilizing the ship and turning it around. And I think for a number of years, this has probably been the best audit of the department if one compare it with previous financial years. So, it's testimony to the stability that exists within the department, within the entity. Thank you, Dr. du Plessis. Chairperson, I don't know, if I don't know where to start. It's often a sort of an expectation that there's lots to say, but in this instance, it is not. On page 24, I just want the CACIDRA to knit those indicators to those targets together for me, because And I know that those are sort of demand-driven targets, and if it is not there, then it will not be achieved. But I want to specifically, isolate the third one. Now let me just be more specific. Subprogram 2.2. Number of land reform interventions assisted by LRID. Now, to just give us a little bit more explanation for it, because it is not this Casidra's mandate to get involved with land reform, but maybe there's a context and there's an explanation as to why it is there and what role Casidra plays in that regard. And then on page 26, Chairperson, here again, I want to link it with the department's sort of indicators with regard to community, food, gardens, etc. So again, here stated that few projects, were sort of implemented because few projects were supported and funded by the department. Can we just link the two in terms of what's the reason why the department did not support those projects? Or is it because of a duplication that it's a program that's already been sort of implemented by the department? Just that clarity, Chairperson. And then there's, come back with the third one. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Maran.
Thanks, Chairperson. CEO, you use the term break-even position. Break-even position. You have said that earlier. Just to explain what you mean with break-even position. That's the one. And then on page 8, request for rollover funds or funds. Also speak to CASP. Now, CASP is support to farmers, black farmers to be specific. Now, rollover means that you have not spent your money in a specific financial year. Agriculture, we know, agriculture, when you need to do something today, you can't postpone. You can't postpone because there is export markets, you have signed contracts with some of those big shops overseas, your Tesco's and so forth, and they want their produce on a specific day and time. Now, if we haven't give support to farmers, how will they be able to achieve their targets, their commitments that they have made? We have seen many farmers go under because they have not received funding on time. How do this assist farmers that's in need of assistance if we have not spent our monies in a particular financial year? Let me stop with the two, Chair.
Thank you very much. If I may just refer to the bottom of page 16, the first column there, because I'm always asking myself, why is there a Casidra in the Western Cape? And you, in a sense, give the reason for your existence there by saying the ability of Casidra to move quickly and to be adaptable to an environment that is constrained by cumbersome supply chain regulations, reporting and compliance requirements, and limited resources as well as hands-on project implementation abilities. Now, my question is just, are you therefore then exempt from certain of supply chain management prescripts? Why would you be more agile, more able to move quickly than, for example, the department itself? Because my impression is that you also fall or need to comply with the Public Finance Management Act. So perhaps if you could just explain to me, why do you believe you are more agile than, for example, what the department would be? Then also on the previous page, you say that you have a challenge in that you want to offer training, and I presume much of this training may be funded by, let's say, AgriSeta, etc., but that a lot of the training providers do not submit bids. They do not respond to your procurement processes. Now, you don't seem to be unique in this respect. I am concerned that more and more private sector contractors, for one or other reason, avoid doing business with public entities and with government. So if you say you are considering that challenge, perhaps you might just share with us, what do you see are possible, interventions, or how will you be able to overcome that challenge in that regard? And then just on page 15 as well, and I'm now working as in the Hebrew Bible from the last page to the first one. In terms of the Land Reform Advisory Desk, I think that is what the HOD referred to during earlier questions. Perhaps if you could just tell us, how much success do you have? How many people have you been able to assist to acquire farms, even though with mostly private funding? Although it does seem to me there are other forms of funding apart from CASP as well. And I think, Honourable Maran, we visited a hops farm outside George, where a young couple purchased a farm, and I think they received funding from, or support, financial support from more than just the CASP scheme.
The one with the Proteas also.
Correct.
Sure.
Correct. So perhaps if you could just help, because I think it's a topic very close to all our hearts, that there must be this kind of reform. We are concerned that the budgets and future budgets will not allow you to only rely on national funding. So perhaps if you wouldn't mind, just tell us a little bit more about the initiatives and the success in this regard. Over to you, Dr. Du Plessis.
Maybe I would start on the land reform, since this is something that I've been dealing with for the best part of my career. So obviously the context here, and it talks to honourable members' question and your question as well, Chair, is that at the time when the Western Cape government realized that land reform is not progressing sensibly, there was this idea that we should have an advisory desk and a program to assist private transfer of land. So it is in the context that private transactions would happen easier without patronage, without complexities of any political interference, but also knowing that access to finance is probably the major stumbling block for any successful successful land acquisition activity. So it was merely, as it says, an advisory desk to bring parties together and to then sort out funding. We have an individual in place to manage that process, but that is not there anymore. So as the table that Honourable America referred to, it shows there's been no action on that also. And also, technically, given the issue of the land reform mandate, we should not really have that in our scorecard. So I think we should probably think carefully on how we do this in future. But also to talk wider on this, given that I'm also on the Land Bank board now, there is quite an interesting development with the blended finance program. And we have many applications where people are applying for land acquisition through the blended finance program. And we've already, as far as I can recall, helped a number of substantive transactions in the Western Cape for people from disadvantaged groups, previously disadvantaged groups, to acquire land through the blended finance program. So the access to finance and affordable finance is the big problem. And these farmers are managing to get the link between access to a grant component and a loan component that's still fairly expensive, but at least the average funding is quite sensible for individuals to start a business. So the understanding that there should be a commitment and a sensible commitment to be sustainable, linked to support finance, is very important for a successful land reform program. I've written quite a lot about the problems that we face with land reform, and you can read through those writings if you have time. It links me also to the question about CUSP. The way that you posed the question, Honourable Member, is that people think that the only revenue stream is the support funds. And that creates a massive problem in terms of dependency. And the way that the CUSP program has been structured for many years, it actually does not really help those farmers because it's limited. It is on a current expenditure, and it's not really going to drive farmers ahead in terms of being sustainable. So that's why I've always argued, and I mentioned it to HOD, but I've mentioned it to the people at National as well, that the CUSP program should be structured in a way that you don't get into a government tender process. Because every time you want fertilizer to farmers, you have to go out and tender. That takes time, and then you can't deliver at the end of the year and not in time for the season. So our support programs used to work in many countries and in the past is that farmers have, or there's a program with a clear indication of what government will support. And it's usually on-farm infrastructure. It is not current expenditure. Current expenditure should be financed from your production finance, which you need to get from a affordable place, not at 13 or 14%. But everything you want to improve on the farm, being a tractor, being a fence, being a dam or irrigation works, you would invest in that and you get subsidy on that as per usual, according to a fixed, fixed criteria, fixed value per kilometer of fencing or kilometer of canal works, etc. In that way, you cut out all the processes of patronage, delays, which makes it problematic for farmers. But the colleagues can answer now on the land reform stuff and also why some of the projects are delayed. So.
Yes, Honourable Chair and Honourable America, specifically around the land reform desk. So perhaps it's important to give some history. So we had a staff member, Mr. Wouter Kriel, that was appointed historically in a position to specifically focus on support of farmers that want to buy out white farmer farms, black farmers now. And in the meantime, he left Casidra and there was a new arrangement. So we incorporated the LRED program or the specific LRED program within the UTA, the Unit for Technical Assistance. And so in terms of that role, that is now performed by our UTA. And so that's the first thing. So our target specifically, because we only account when there's a successful deal closed. So we can't account for a successful deal, but there was quite a few walk-ins, people coming to Belvin at the UTA, getting advice. And one of the key things is finance. when farmers walk in there, they actually need finance support. And so that's the one thing. And the other problem we see is negotiation of a deal for the black farmer to negotiate with the farmer that wants to sell. That skills is something that we notice is a challenge for that farmers. And so having somebody who's in the middle and can help facilitate that process is important. But we can provide the walk-ins, the people that actually engage us. That information we will be able to provide the committee.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Chairperson, then there were some questions about break-even and then also the rollover funds and then also the fact that our procurement is a little bit more agile. I think that was your question. I think those will be handled by our CFO. And then there was a question around training providers, and I will leave that to our HC manager. She can answer that question.
Chair, thank you. Break even is a term used when the income equals the expenditure. And when later today, when we get to Casidra's income statement, you'll see that we are just under break even because we had a loss of 220,000 for the year. Definitely better than it's a big improvement from the previous years. Then the reason why we are rolling funds over is that funds are not paid on the first day of the financial year. It is being paid in tranches throughout the year, as and when National transfers the money to province, and then province paying the funds over to Casidra. But then also, if you miss the season, for instance, then you have to wait for the next season. Or in some instances, there are environmental impact studies or plans to be drafted or approved, and you have to wait for it. Must be submitted, and you have to wait for that. So you're sitting with the funds to be applied in the next financial year. That is some of the reasons why we roll over the funds. And then for some reason or another, no, we must adhere to the supply chain legislation, but we've got a bit shorter turning circle with that. And it's a bit easier for Casidra staff to get a meeting or to get together to approve a few things. And in that regard, to save some of the red tape time.
David?
Just in terms of the training, page 15 that Honourable van der Westhuizen, our chairperson, alluded to. Yes, it is true. We oftentimes put out bids more than once to find suitable service providers to do the training. And normally, some of them, you may have service provider who do have the skill set, but they're not registered on CSD, under the Central Supplier Database, and some of them don't want to register for their own reasons. So now you've got people in the market, but they don't want to access the opportunity, and that remains a problem for us. Thank you.
I just, you say you're going to address that problem. My question was, how do you intend to improve the responses?
So part of what we've done in the past and what we encourage our team to do, if there's a service provider that is accredited but needs to be CSD registered, we actually provide that support so that we come in, so we invite people to actually come in so that we support them to actually get registered on the CSD system so that they can actually bid and access the opportunities. So we have staff that support providers that needs that support. Thank you.
I think, Dr. Du Plessis, was there another person that you wanted to respond?
I think that was touching on everything. There was a question on there was a question on the linking of the projects, the fewer projects and I think that was now referring to table 3.1. And I think, or sub-program 3.1, and I think there's an erratum. I think we will issue an erratum on that. It's actually more projects that were delivered on that particular. That was the number of community food security projects, as well as the number of household food security projects. We actually delivered more projects and not fewer projects.
Chair. Thank you, honourable members. Honourable Maran.
Thanks, Chair. Now, Casidra and the department will know that no farmer will set a target of breaking even. Just to break even. No farmer will set such a target. Because if you look at the fourth quarterly report of Casidra, specifically when it comes to Vaikal and Amalienstein, the target there, and there's two, the target there is to break even. And then you have achieved that 100%. Why would you set a target just to break even when it comes to a business that needs to make profit? Elton, no farmer will set a target to break even. Why is there a target to break even when it comes to Vaikal and Amalienstein? I want an explanation in terms of that. It's in the cost for the report that you gave us some time ago. Secondly, Chairperson, you said it was merely an advisory forum. It was. Does it exist? Or does it, when it comes to the Yalred, your specific words was it was, meaning that, and it's my interpretation, it does not exist anymore. It's not there anymore. So I just want an answer whether that Yalred is still there or is it not there? Even the person responsible at the time is not there anymore, according to your own admission. That's the one. I want to understand correctly that CASP, in the way that it's structured, you are saying that it should not be really where we have to participate in the bidding process because it's make it difficult. That's basically what I've captured from you. But at the same time, there at the back, I'm not sure that the gentleman said that one of the reasons for rollover is EIAs, environmental impact assessments. Why would we commit funding whilst we know there's an impact assessment and the outcome of that assessment is not sure? Why are we committing funds to such programs? I don't understand. Make me understand in terms of that. Chair, can I have a last one for this round? Page 8. Savings were realized as a result of vacant positions. Spending trends of the public entity. That's page 8. Savings because of positions that not filled. Now, in the previous session, the MEC said that there's 3 important issues when it comes to him. The department, the creation of jobs, safety, and dignity. And I believe when the MEC spoke, he spoke for both the department and the department's entity. Why is there vacancies? It's money that's been funded, positions that have been funded. Why has it not been filled? And why has it been seen as a saving?
Honourable America.
Thank you, Chairperson. Reference to page 29, subprogram 4.2, the job creation initiatives. There were 2 initiatives that were planned, one emanating from the previous year. None of it came to pass. can we have an explanation of what those sort of job creation initiatives were or are? And what's the reason why? And I know the reason given no funding is available. Should funding become available, will those sort of projects be realized or implemented? Just Chairperson, just a little more information regarding that. And then the vacancy rate, and I know the staff complement is not huge, but on page 44. But if one look at the percentage vacancies expressed as a percentage, it seems to be quite high, 26.1%. And particularly amongst skilled technical people that needed to implement projects and to provide the kind of assistance that is required of the clients of Casidra. Can we get a little more information with regard to that in terms of what are those positions being filled? Had it been filled? Because it means lag time. Just generally what the position. And lastly, Chairperson, we had one person in the employee with the disability. That person subsequently left. Those at the table, I can give it to you. I mean, it's so perplexed on page 45. Semi-skilled disabled staff, current 1. Okay, no, the person hasn't left. So, is this? Which one? No, thank you. Sorry, thank you for the correction. I do apologize. I'm more concerned about, the number of people. I mean, I think that's it's usually expected that we should have about 3% of our personnel being disabled. And I know that's sometimes very difficult. And there is an expectation that we should, attempt to achieve equity targets in that regard. So just a comment, Chairperson, it's not, doesn't require necessarily a response. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a question about the composition of the committee. So I note that during the financial year, there were 4 meetings held. And in terms of attendance, there were 2 in particular who resigned. One on the 28th of February and the other on the 11th of February. I just wanted to get an indication.
Could you just give us the page number there?
Apologies, 35.
35, thank you.
If it's possible, firstly, to just get an understanding of why the directors resigned, and also if any action was taken against M. Burst, I think that's the name, who put 2 apologies in and then was just absent. 2 apologies, April, August, and then absent in November. And also with the resignations, are there sufficient members on the board currently? Thank you.
Thank you. We do realize that that is from section C, but I think if you could respond, it would at least put some of the concerns to rest. And I did hear that there were some changes to the board recently. May I just, before you respond, ask, Casidra sees itself as in terms of your vision, as a developing agent for particularly our rural development, rural communities to become self-sufficient. Now, there was an initiative from the national government to establish what they used to call agri-parks. And their vision was to establish 2 agri-parks in every district municipality in the country. Now, for one or other reason, the responsibility for these agri-parks were then put on the district municipalities, who quite clearly, in terms of how I understand local government's mandate, is not to develop agriculture. That is the department, and I would have thought that perhaps this is the kind of project where an entity such as Casidra should become involved with. On the other hand, it seems to me that you are trying to expand your services to not only the Department of Agriculture, but to local governments, to other entities that may share the same vision that Casidra has. Yet we do not really pick up references to the agri-parks and work in that regard. And I do know that, for example, the mayor of the Cape Winelands municipality has been very concerned about the amount of money that's been made available for these agri-parks, but that it proved to be not sustainable, and therefore she fears that it may become a burden on the district municipalities. Perhaps if you can just inform us, where are we with this initiative regarding the agri-parks? What happened to those assets? Have you been involved with that, etc., or did it completely go Casidra by? Then we at least know where we stand in that respect. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I can take the last 2 questions, and then Keith and the team can take the rest. Just on agri-parks, it's one of those things that you don't want to talk about. It is scary how the design and the discussion was on that. I'm not sure about the funding. We in the agricultural practitioner world, just stay away from that, because there is an effect in most of, especially the Western Cape, there are agribusinesses that are implemented and in place to do exactly that. So you are likely to create a white elephant with the agri-parks, and that has already happened in many cases. People would erect an abattoir, but there are no feedstock. So that is the problem that you have, and that those parks are just set up for failure. So it is in my mind something that is not well designed, and I'm not sure where it is nationally as well. There's a lot of talk being done on it, but I'm not sure where we've seen any successful implementation of that. So, but your concern is very right, and therefore I would always advise, and Casidra has not been involved in it because we've not got an instruction to implement any of those type of projects, and I think the Western Cape is well served with agribusinesses that are located in a network and almost in a park format, if you think about the intensity of agribusinesses. On the question of the
if board member Jefftas would like to respond, as if you can add.
Oh, yeah, just to add is that it wasn't well thought through in the beginning. Incorrect industries was chosen for the areas, and it wasn't based on business principles. And I think that was the main reason why the agri-parks didn't take off, because it was based on something else, concepts. And in agriculture, it's a business, and if it's not based on business principles, sustainability comes in, and then money runs out. And then after the 3rd, 4th year, if there's no money, you will hear nothing from it anymore. So I think that was the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Jefftas. And it seems to me I've touched a nerve here, because I see the minister's microphone is on as well.
Thank you, Chair. I think you're absolutely right. You are touching a nerve. And the chair of the Casidra board, the prof has indicated they have not received any instruction. Now, I'm on record in this house. I'm never going to pass a hospital pass to Casidra. And so this, I think, agriculture firstly is a science, and whatever you plan must be based on science, data, and evidence. Clearly, that did not happen. But what our farmers themselves say is agriculture is a business. And so the principles of business management must apply. Obviously, this was not done. Any successful agriculture works when it is happen on the principle of involving the local people, decentralization, devolution, subsidiarity, get it closer to the people. But in fact, I have asked for reports by the district mayor of Cape Winelands. And that report is quite shocking what has happened, because this is now a failed project from the national government. Boom, and over, and this one is in Saron area, handed over to the district municipality, absolutely without their mandate, no responsibility. And that district mayor also has a hands-off thing, because there's the Auditor General, my friend Mariki. Certainly that mayor is wise enough to know this is not something you must touch. But I think we need to, that's now historical. We must now take stock and say, how do we take this matter forward? And perhaps develop new policy papers and standard operating procedures for proper agri-parks and the concept of what it was undertaken. And always first pilot, our approach is always first pilot something and see whether it works. But they don't just roll out in every district. There are 44 districts. Every district gets something. It's called fiscal dumping. And I'm quite concerned about it, because it does not help farmers. We use that money, put it in the cars. I think we could have done perhaps even a better job, or some other blended financing opportunities like the Jobs Fund with the National Treasury. So yes, this is not a project that we are proud of, but I don't think we are now in this committee to point fingers at the national government, but rather to say this is a project that we think need a serious rethink. And Dr. Mogale and I must go to the MINMEC. I must tell the national minister, I think let's have a thorough independent review. And based on that review, take the necessary policy decisions. He must go to the MINTEC and persuade also the colleagues in national, which he has already done, and also say, please, we no more want such projects in the Western Cape. In fact, my successor, because you can never say you will be here after the election, but my successor after the election, I will whisper in his or her ear that we need a serious rethink about agri-parks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the support of dealing with the political nerve. On the board membership, yeah, it's a bit of a pity that we have those poor attendance in the one committee. But it is also a function of members that get appointed to the board that are other responsibilities. Mr. Woest was the important financial manager and infrastructure manager in Drakensberg municipality, and obviously the workloads got to him in a way. And then he moved to Cape Town City in the mobility division. So he's recently moved, and that's why he resigned. And realizing that his workload is going to increase even more, given that mobility is a major issue in the metropole. And then other members had similar issues with workload. And then we had a complete recruitment process. We spent about 3 months doing interviews and so on. And that's when Minister signed the appointment of the new board members in August. And so we now full house again since the 1st of September.
Back to you, Dr. du Plessis. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I think so maybe let's start with the questions from Honourable Maran. No farmer will set a target to for break even. I think we must understand the role of CEDRA in this instance. We are there to maintain, and I think what we need for these farms to be successful in future is huge investments. So we are busy with the Institute of Justice and Reconciliation through the department with social facilitation. We are busy with the development of the plans for what needs to be farmed on these farms, and while this happens, we are maintaining as best as possible with the budget that is available. So these farms, obviously, the department and our stance, it's clear that we cannot transfer farms that will set these communities up for failure, and we will stand on that resolve. I think it's important that we understand that we will therefore, with the budget that's available, it will be very difficult for us to show profits on these farms. So we are just trying to maintain status quo. And I think maybe if there are any further questions on this, we can probably have a discussion on this with the department present.
Maybe just to emphasize the point, those two farms have never made profit, and they're unlikely to ever make profit, given the size of the community, the conflict in the community, the infrastructure issues, climate issues that impacted them, and the mere fact that they are maintained is through government subsidy. And the question is, when will they even stand on their own feet? And that's a fundamental call that must be made somewhere about, do you want to transfer the farms as is, or do you want to just hover around and making sure people are having a job on a farm that is not making profit? So it's a complicated, very sensible question, a sensitive question.
Just to add also, I think we've made the decision, I think, with the department to actually, with a shortage of land that's available, we sort of request rural development actually to take over, in a sense of assisting with bringing in those two farms into the rural development stable so that it can be redistributed to the communities, or let me say to a farmer. But to hand over those farms, there was a study done that indicated that if this farms wants to be viable, there's huge infrastructure investment that needs to be done to make it a viable farm for any farmer. Those has been handed over to the various different stakeholders. Now it needs to be seen who's got the appetite to fund or finance those investments. But also to get to the community side, I mean, I think we been down this road for almost 30 years, where we know handing over to a community does not work because nobody is taking responsibility. You need a person or a company that's taking that responsibility. That I usually say is that if your turkey is in the oven on a Christmas day, you will leave that turkey and go if there's a pipe that have burst. So we need those type of accountabilities and people that will take that responsibility. If those infrastructure are there and the handover needs to be done, it needs to be done to an entrepreneur, person that will make it successful.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffers.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair. I think then there was a question from Honourable Maran around LREAD, the desk. Does it exist or doesn't exist? The bottom line is that we have a person currently that is not 100% assigned to that. That person actually works on the unit for technical assistance, and we have a number of current ongoing projects where people actually, small farmers actually come in and they request particular feasibility studies to be done. Those are actually happening also via the Department of Agriculture, and those requests then comes to us, and then we would then implement those. So there are a number of those going on. The report we have here is that we only report on it once it's completed. So if a feasibility has been completed, that will be counted as a type of assistance to a particular small farmer or a small business. Then why do we commit funds if there are a possibility of EIAs? I think that was done in the past. I think that has been amended. The CPACs now no longer approve any projects that requires water use license and long feasibility studies and projects that are not ready to be implemented. So that has been amended, and the department has looked at that, and the CPACs and DPACs actually look at projects that are ready for implementation. So that is a historic fact. But there would always be projects that has got a longer term of implementation, and that is where the rollover of funds would happen. For example, if a project is approved now at this stage of the year, and we have to look at seasonalities of a particular project, then there might be a chance that some of these funds will only be spent in the new financial year, and otherwise, I think the CFO of the department always mentioned that a cow that needs feed on a particular time, and you can't stop now because the funds are not available. So that's why we plan projects over multi-years, and that's why funds need to be rolled over at particular points. The savings on vacant position, I think there was a structure when I just arrived at Casidra that we then assessed. We worked with the board. We looked at the structure, and we felt that the structure wasn't necessarily the one that I felt that would take us forward. There were particular positions that I thought that would probably not be necessary at this stage. And looking at our current financial position at that stage, we believe that we should, rather than shelve those positions and maybe look at another type of structure that will be able to assist us. And those particular functions referred mainly to a business development executive that we felt that was not necessary at that particular stage. It might become necessary in a year or so to come, but for now and where we find ourselves, we believe that would make no sense for the company at this stage. Then there were a question around job initiatives from Honorable America. I'm going to ask David to respond to that particular one. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable America, I'm pleased to respond on that one. You would remember, I think last year we also reported on the UIF contract that Casidra got, and specifically it was linked to this target. In the meantime, we've changed our targets because we realized that job creation is actually transversal. It's in all our projects we have job creation, but specifically around the UIF. When we eventually got the contract after, I think, 3 years after submitting the tender, the UIF changed the terms, and we discovered that we would actually, in terms of implementation fee, get much less for much more work. And we then declined that contract and said, but we can't move forward after we approached them and so on. So I think management with board actually then shelved that one. That's the context. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And then there was a question around vacancy rate and disabled individuals, and I'll give the HC manager, Lonice, second.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, CEO. I think just to give context again on the vacancies, the positions that you then see on page 44 is reporting it against those created positions which are no longer materialized. The board initially approved a matrix structure in November 2023 to align for that. And then throughout the year, we had to report on those vacancies who could not materialize due to funding. I guess I'm pleased to announce that in May 2023, we revised the structure and those positions are no longer on there. So in the next reporting period, you won't find them there. I think there was a question on the unskilled vacancies, and there were 9. And the reason for that is those vacancies refer to the 2 farms. So again, due to financial realities on the farms and the season, etc., we're not always able to fill those. And just to comment on the comment, that 45, on page 45, the disabled individual is still there, and we are currently reporting on employment equity plan, which lapses in 2025. Okay.
Chair, I think that is it.
The honourable members, are there any further questions? I recognise the honourable Maran.
Thanks, Chair. So we're responding to what we see in front of us. Because if you look under spending trends of the public entity, it refers to vacancies that has not been funded for a particular period. That's what it says. And I've asked the question, why calling it a saving and not an underspending? Why are we calling it a spending? Because if we have not spent the budget, then it means it's an underspending. If I have spent and I've done everything that was needed to be done and there's money left, then it can be regarded as a saving. That's my understanding. Why can't it be listed as an underspending? Why a saving? Chair, then the other one on the issue of breaking even, and I've said in the last quarter report, if you look there at that specific program, it says the target is breaking even. It's been put there. You can go and look at your fourth quarter report. You will see it's listed there as the target breaking even, and that is 2, and you have achieved 100%. So, but we have now received different responses to the issue of Vaikal and Amalienstein. CEO, you call it that. You said you can't hand over farms which are failures. So you are calling those 2 farms failures. Errol there, the back said that you can't hand over farms to communities. Currently, as we speak, there's an IGR process preparing a community for a possible handover. So if we are saying we can't hand over failures, and if we are saying that we can't hand over farms to communities, why the IGR process? Then we are misleading that community. The chairperson here said that that farm have never made profit, never. Are we setting up a community for failure? We have promised that community that we will hand over that farms to them at a particular point in time, both Amalienstein and Waika. Sitting here, and Casidra basically have asked us for another period to run that 2 particular farms for another period. It seems those 2 farms will never be handed over. It seems those 2 farms will never become profitable. And what I've heard from you is that as long as we are able to create jobs, some are permanent, some are temporary, and those people will be happy. I'm just raising it in passing. Then, Chair, the land reform desk, when I've asked the question, whether it's still there or not, and in your response, you have said that, and I've now learned that is a disabled person that was there, that they have left. I've heard now, is it not? But that the person have left. You have said that the person have left. Likewise to different people, but the one when it comes to the land reform advisory desk, in your early response, you have said the person left. Yes, it was one person. Was the one person? No, it's fine. It's a different person. It's fine. Let's accept that. But in some responses, when I've asked whether it's still existing or not, you have said, no, there is a person now. Is there a new person?
Apologies, may I just ask, there's a UTA service desk. There's not just one individual currently, there's 2 people. So we've got the senior project manager, UTA, and then he has support through a program. And so he basically has an assistant. There's 2 people currently in the system. Yes, shared responsibility between those 2 to render services.
So, Chair, if I'm
You're welcome to clarify.
So just to clarify, so we've got the unit for technical assistance, we have a person and an assistant that is running that, and the L read is also being manned through that. So they are basically doing Utah and the L read at this stage. Yeah, so it's while there is a person at this stage that is, if there is any walk-ins or referrals from the department, then there would be somebody that will be able to assist.
I saw the hand of Dr. Sebu Petsa. Perhaps he's a better teacher. He can.
Thank you very much. I wanted to come on to the Malian state and Vikram.
First, then finish this LRAD. Honorable Maran, you've got clarity now on LRAD. What do you need more clarity? Can some?
Okay, I wanted to come in on Amalienstein and Vikram.
No, we'll come back to Vikram and Amalienstein just now, because I think that's also an elephant in the room that must be addressed. But can we just quickly make sure that the Honorable Maran has got the picture now of the LRAD desk?
Yes, Chair. Remember initially when I've said, when Chairperson responded, he said it was merely, meaning that was is in the past, as if there is no more desk. But what I understand now that there is still a desk and there is people that's manning that desk. So I accept that. It's still there. Then Chair, I just wanted to check.
Honorable Maran, can we now get to Vikram and Amalienstein and your questions in that regard, or?
No, I was still asking questions and then someone through that period respond.
Okay.
I was not finished.
Okay.
Chair, I just wanted to check. Remember we had the Gauteng portfolio committee, provincial, somewhere last year. Yeah. And we went to Stellenbosch, I think Elsenburg. And we have spoken there about food gardens. And the response was that the data in terms of those, you will even find it on the census data. Meaning that a person who came to my house to census, capture my information, also capture the food garden. Also captures the food garden. Has those food gardens been counted in these targets and overachievement that the department or Casidra have achieved? Just wanted to check if those census data are also captured within these figures that we have received now. Thanks.
The hand of Honorable Murray. Not okay. Can I just then, on the topic of the food gardens, my concern is that there may be double counting, because we do get reports from the department regarding their support to food gardens. We also get figures from Casidra, and how can we ensure that there's no double dipping in terms of this achievement? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Are we starting with that particular question?
You can decide what order, but we'll get to the Glencoe as well.
Okay. All right. So I can honestly not say whether the census food gardens is also being counted as, but what we do is we get a particular set of projects that we need to deliver on behalf of the department. They would probably, and I can't speak for them, but we will only count the projects that we have actually implemented. So if we have delivered and got a delivery note and signed off a particular project, that particular project is being counted in our books. And that number is supposed to align with what the department is actually reporting on. So we are reporting very much on the same things, but we are actually reporting on the implementation of a particular project. So there's a slight difference, but we do count the same things. And then on the Baikral, I'm going to allow Dr. Sebu Petsa to come in and respond to that.
Thank you very much. It's a difficult one. I worry because I have a responsibility, Chair, not to mislead this oversight committee. And we have said it many times about these two farms. If they are farmed in a group as a community farms, they will not make it. The current engagement with the community is about helping them understand, one, that they cannot all farm. Number two, possibly work towards creating a legal entity that will farm the farm. But if we talk about those communities farming these two farms, they will never work. There is no way these farms will be viable farms and as businesses. It's never going to work. So that's really where we are. And the dilemma I have is, do I then advise this committee and say, let these farms be transferred? I'll be irresponsible for doing so. And that is really where one is. The second part of this is that there is close to 100 million rands that is needed to invest to strengthen the water availability on these two farms for them to start operating as real farms. That kind of resources I don't have in my budget as I sit here. And that's a dilemma that I'm confronted with. But what do I do? Do I walk away? I cannot. Doing that is also irresponsible. So it's a double-edged sword of sort. But we're doing all we can, because what we cannot do is to leave those two farms and say, let the community see to themselves how to deal with it. So one step at a time, possibly if we get a legal entity, which entity can be able to raise their own resources and invest on their own, that probably is a solution that we need for those two farms. But we are still in a journey, engaging those two communities through the IJR. And I think Dr. Keith responded sharply on the issue of food gardens. There is definitely no double dipping or double counting. It's part of the same chain. They do project management, and obviously the counting also. We count what they've already delivered.
Thank you. Any member that feel that their questions have not been responded to in full? Honorable Maran.
Chair, I got a couple of new questions, but just the last one on Amalienstein and Waika. And I fully understand that 100 people can't farm one farm. I fully understand that. My understanding, Chair, the legal entity will come from that community. That's my understanding. And if the legal entity comes from that community, then it is for the community. Then it is for the community. If we look, for instance, at PLUS, your proactive land acquisition strategy, and the model that they have used, getting a strategic partner, why can't it be the same when it comes to these particular two farms? Errol knows exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to strategic partners, either mentor or strategic partners. Depends which one got his own funding. So I don't know. And when it comes to that particular model, there's three partners, it's three legs. It's the government, it's the community or the beneficiaries, and then it's a strategic partner on whatever agreement they have amongst them. Why can't it be the same, Chair? Because you got a community who are under the impression that they will receive the farm. Because there's a promise being made to that community that they will get that farm. So I understand what you are saying, HUD. The legal entity should come from that community. Whether it's not amongst themselves, but whether they've been identified either by themselves or with the assistance of the government to farm that particular farm, Chair. I just wanted to make that. Thanks.
Good. Thank you very much. Is that the last of the questions? Thank you very much then. And thank you very much. We received some very blunt and to the point responses today. I am tempted to put in a written question to Minister Meyer to ask which politician made those promises to hand over those farms. I hope it's not you, sir. We recently received the last 5 years financial statements for those two projects. It's clear. We have our own South African Airways, just as Minister Pravin Gordhan has got one. Fortunately, ours is a lot smaller.
Chair, what do you mean by what politicians made that promises? The provincial government, if you'll go back on the documents that we have received, the provincial government made promises to those communities that will get those sums.
Surely it must have been an individual. There must be a name. Somebody must have written that letter.
On behalf of the provincial government. We can't now come and say it's this one or this one. The government of that particular time made that promise that because even if the Premier speaks, he speaks on behalf of government. When the MSC speaks, he does not speak on behalf of his own, he speaks on behalf of a department that is leading. We can't by now say that, no, it was an individual. This government promised that they will give back that land to those communities.
Are you referring to the Western Cape government? Indeed.
Western Cape government.
Indeed, but I would love to hear the year of that and which political party was in charge then.
So you are saying they were never promised?
I want to know who made the promise, when was that promise made? We must do some research into that.
The information is amongst us.
Thank you very much. Minister, we are coming to a close.
But
can I just ask whether Mr. Du Plessis, Dr. Du Plessis, are you happy? Would you like some final words? And then I'll give the last word from that side to Minister Meyer.
No, Chairperson, I think I'm happy. I think we understand that there's a lot of questions, and obviously we're happy that maybe some of those questions also will be put through to us, and then we will in writing, and we will respond accordingly. Thank you for those opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Last words from you, Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee. I think I want to put on the record that Casidra, under the new leadership of the CEO, has done extraordinarily well, given the history. And since he took over, we have seen significant improvement in the corporate governance strategic direction and the target setting and the indicators and the change management and the organizational culture. And I have had first-hand personal experience when I walked amongst the staff that I could see that there is a culture change in line with good corporate governance principles. So I firstly want to congratulate the CEO because it is not only visible when you meet the people, it is evident also in the reports before the standing committee. Secondly, I want to thank because I have asked that Professor Kirsten, his term of office has come to an end. I've asked him to stay on a little bit longer to facilitate the strategic handover and change management. And under his leadership, we have seen also good corporate governance, and his strategic advice and his research has definitely influenced also our thinking in government. And I want to put on record also my deep thanks and appreciation to him. I have subsequently appointed other people on the board, but those people that I have appointed will eventually take over from him, but obviously with capacity building and to let's say mark. But also I want to thank also Farmer Elton at the back, who has been on the board. He will also step down in the future, and he has made also significant contribution from a farmer perspective into the work of the Casidra, but also the work of the department. It's always good to have the ear of a farmer, then you have an end user input and perspective. Not only formulating things for farmers without the farmer's voice. So I want to thank him for the farmer's voice. I'd also like to thank Ms. Emily, outstanding legal brain that always advise us. And the last report that I've seen at the board, because I'm the shareholder of Casidra in the capacity as the minister, and I've seen the report of her committee absolutely outstanding, great work. And I want to thank her as well for the work that she has done and colleagues from the other subcommittees. So I want to express my deep thanks and appreciation for the professionalism, good corporate governance, ethics that we see in the board of CACIDRA. I mention this specifically because if you look at boards of public entities in South Africa, nothing is in comparison with the excellent corporate governance and ethics standards that I have seen. And I want to thank also the CFO and the HR director, because the work and the program managers and the hands-on rollout of our One Home, One Garden activities, we are now going into very tough financial situations, budget cuts that will be extensive. But we think that CACIDRA is still the vehicle for 30 years, have done an outstanding work. We've tried to be honest in terms of the questions. I am very on record. There are certain things that I have already mentioned in the House here about those two farms, but I am on record that I am not going to sign off anything in my capacity as the shareholder, but also in my capacity as the MEC and the executing authority, a project that is currently not viable, not sustainable, not having the financial support, and dump it on the community. That will be absolutely irresponsible, as the accounting officer has indicated. But that gives us an opportunity to look and wait for the work that is currently being done and look for other options. But Professor Kirsten is right. One time or the other, we have to bite the bullet and move on. And that is the future direction I think that needs to happen. And I think that is something that will be on the cards. But I am quite happy and satisfied that CACIDRA, under the new CEO, the board has done an outstanding work in the regular corporate governance, are institutionalized in the work that they have been doing. And I want to thank the committee for also acknowledge the great work that CACIDRA is doing, because if you look at the SOE landscape in South Africa, this is one of the shining examples, not in the Western Cape, but in South Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thank you. And then from my side, before we allow you to leave, the members will remain behind for some resolutions, etc. I want to say thank you very much. Thank you for a beautiful report. It will be dealt with this afternoon in SCOPA, but we also acknowledge the fact that it's an improved financial result, both in terms of the deficit, that is a much smaller one, and secondly, in terms of the fact that it's been signed off with no findings. So congratulations on that. I also want to just acknowledge a former friend of mine, Mr. Ainsley Moors, who passed away and who served also, I think, as a board chairperson of CACIDRA. I've been looking for his name in the report. Unfortunately, I've missed that. But I think it would be suited now to just also recognize his contribution and his tragic passing, at the age of 45, so unexpectedly. And then I want to say thank you very much. It was good to hear that Professor Kirsten had his arm twisted. Thank you very much for that. He indicated that this is the last session of this nature that he would be attending. So I want to thank you for your, did you say 8 years of service? Thank you very much, Professor. But then we're also saying goodbye in the sense that this will be the last time we deal with the annual reports with the CFO of the department, Mr. Huyshamer, who has also indicated that he needs to retire. I do know Dr. Sebo Petsa is quite concerned about what's waiting for him at home. And he's not unwilling to be, be taken on as a consultant of various projects and in various entities of the Western Cape Provincial Government. Now, that is tongue in cheek. But Mr. Huyshamer, you've really made us proud over many years. There are just certain departments that are very difficult to to stay within the lines of the Public Finance Management Act. Health is, for example, another one, but agriculture with so many regional actions, so many staff out there in the field, I believe must be one of those. And we want to say thank you very much for your dedicated service. Thank you for the excellent track record. I believe that the department has moved quite quickly in finding a new incumbent for that position. We're not going to do any announcements because that must still be made official. But I can just congratulate the department on making sure that there will be a smooth transition. So thank you very much for that as well. And with that, I'm going to say thank you. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your work, not in here, but the bulk of the work is out there. So thank you very much. And I think you can give yourself a hand of applause since we're only a few that would be able to add to that. Good. Thank you very much. Yes, you're all invited to lunch. And we've arranged for lunch to be ready somewhat earlier, so it should be ready when you get there. And please stay. I've often found that the talk around the table is much more important and of value than what has been said in the formal meetings. Thank you very much. Honourable members, we'll just give them a minute or two. If you could start thinking of questions that you may want to put to the committee for consideration. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, honourable members. Can we first deal with the department resolutions that relate to the first report that we considered this morning? Any proposals from your side? Sorry, perhaps your microphone, please.
So, Chairperson, the point is that I don't know how many meetings we're going to have, so, but perhaps we can submit to you resolutions in a written form and questions, and perhaps not. I can't think of any now.
Right now. Okay.
Yeah, but maybe others.
Can I then just ask? I'm going to propose a few, but if there are additional ones, please submit them not later than this coming Monday so that we can round robin them just for possible input. The first thing that I would like to say is I want to propose that we congratulate the department on its achievement and the way in which they've achieved their targets and for the unqualified financial statement from our side as well. I think Scopa might have a different view or might also emphasize that. The second one is there was a proposal, and I do know Ms. Nikak is concerned about where will we find the dates, but there was a proposal that we may ask the department to just send us through a list of farmers' days, Boerendae, so that if it could fit in with our program and if it deal with topics that we believe, we may find interesting, so that we can also observe the department's input at those farmers' days. So that was something suggested during the course of the meeting. I don't know, Honourable Maran, any regarding the department from your side?
I think Dr. Troutman also offered to provide us with the report
of the visit to California.
California.
Yes. Yes, thank you. And then I would, I'm quite interested in terms of the internships that they offer. Perhaps if we could get a little bit more detail as to in what positions are those interns taken on. You know, is it on the agricultural side? Is it on the administrative side? I think, you know, we're all very excited about skills development and work integrated learning and so on. And if they could just give us a little bit more detail regarding that. We didn't ask any questions regarding the Training Institute and the current position there at Elsenburg. But you know that there was a time when it was raised that it may have to be transferred to national. Perhaps if we could just get the latest on that. I didn't see the head of the Training Institute here today. I think there was an acting
Yes,
person.
yeah.
So I don't know, you know, whether one must read anything into that.
I don't think we should read anything into it. And maybe we should just ask to give us an update in terms of where we are with regard to
the possible transfer.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Thank you.
may I ask something, please?
Yes, Honourable de Villiers.
The issue of, I think it's Amalia Stein and those farms that became a sore finger. Is there any way that we can ask the department if they can partner with Elsenburg to use those farms as a kind of a training facility or not training facility, but kind of guinea pig, or so that those people who are there on that farms who are struggling to make ends meet, so that they can get help from those kind of things where the students are coming and helping them to do things on that farms. I don't know. Let's get wording for it. It just crossed my mind that if we can do that as a underfeeling, to tell them, listen here, see how can we get to Elsenburg and sign an agreement with them so that they can use that land that's there and that people as a dual purpose.
Thank you. I think we can certainly ask the question. I can just say, and perhaps we can even widen the question. When we were at the Oudtshoorn research farm, there were a number of students doing, I think, even postgraduate research on ostriches, etc. So perhaps we can ask about the integration of the training on the research farms and the possibility of also using Vicral and Amalienstein because those are working farms, as potential training opportunities for, can I call it, learnerships, where students can be exposed to formal training, but then also do their practical work on those farms, if I read you correctly.
Yeah, so then we might just through that upskill the people and see and those who don't have the money to go study and go get the nutrients, but you upskill them through that, and it might just ignite the passion and the love and to make it work for them. I don't know.
Okay, thank you very much. Any I thought Amalienstein and Vicral would come up at when we discuss Casidra, but I think the Honourable de Villiers linked it to training, which is done at Elsenburg as well. Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Chair. I was really interested in the Western Cape Africa strategy that was discussed today for agriculture, and I wanted to ask by resolution if the department could send that to us for perusal, maybe something we can look into later down the line.
Thank you very much. Any other suggestions here? Then also, perhaps if we could get just a little bit of research done on both those farms, the promises made to the communities, were those promises made from a stage? Were they made in a letter? Were they, or sometimes, you know, people just get an idea and it becomes fact, it becomes acceptable. No. What I'm asking is for some research of who made that promise, when was that promise made, was it from a stage, was it in writing, was it at a public meeting, that kind of thing, so that we just have the facts. Because whoever made that promise, must obviously
I heard that promises have been made that those two farms will be handed over to the communities of Duisseldorp as well.
I was never present when somebody promised that, be it in a letter or from a stage. But I do know that the communities believe it's become folklore, it's become general expectation in that community that they would be the beneficiaries of those two farms. That I do know. But I never heard, was it Dr. Sebo Petsa? Was it Minister Meyer? Was it Gerrit van Rensburg? We can go back, because I think that expectation has been created over many decades. I don't think it's in the last 4 years.
No, not in the last 4 years. No, definitely not in the last 4 years. It's long before Meyer was an MEC, long before Sapopetsa was the.
But I think what we've heard today, and we all received the last 5 years financial statements for both those farms. And when I went through those and I saw that we are subsidizing those farms on average, and don't quote me, but what I remember is about R1 million per year per farm. No community can carry that kind of losses. Now, I do know in the last 5 years they've had a terrible drought. So I recently put in a written question to Minister Meyer to ask to what extent does the recovery, after the drought, turn the prospects of those farms around. I would love to see that. But if those farms are going to, require 100 million rand in terms of new dams and so on to become viable, I recently went onto a website called Property 24 to look at what farm prices in that area go for. And I can just tell you that nobody's going to buy that farm knowing that it will require on an ongoing basis that kind of continued investment. Now you're referring to the Baikral Dam, the one with the plastic.
Yes, Baikral.
We can ask whether that dam is still usable, whether the plastic that was stolen, was replaced, and perhaps even what the cost of constructing that dam was.
Sure.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands, any other questions. Again, I can say perhaps we can just also congratulate Casidra on their annual report, the fact that they've been able to decrease their deficit and sharpen up on their financial administration. And with that, honourable members, I want to say thank you very much. There is a SCOPA meeting at 2 o'clock. The Honourable Maran is most welcome to join.
No, Chair, I'm not.
I will be there.
I'm not going to stay.
I will be representing you then.
Oh, yeah, representing.
Okay.
You're going to sit there.
So thank you
And
very
me,
much.
please, and me.
Honourable de Villiers, yes.
What did you say?
You please
I
represent
don't see your hand,
me
but
too.
I see your mic is on.
Is he coming back?
Chairman, please represent me too.
I will. I will. So thank you very much also for joining us, Honourable de Villiers.
Thank you, Chair.
And I can't invite you to lunch, it seems, but the Honourable Maran has promised he will stand in for you there. Thank you. Have a great afternoon.